Good morning. This is the Wednesday, April 7th, regular meeting of the Nags Board of Commissioners is hereby called to order. Before we have a few moments of silence, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Brayton.
Mayor, thank you. I just would like to speak just for a moment on the passing of a retired law enforcement officer from Kettle Hills, Detective Lieutenant Bill Walker, passed away this past Sunday. He worked with Kettle Hills Police Department for 27 years, retired in 2003, very active in the community, especially with the Babe Ruth baseball program. Later on, he assisted with the basic law enforcement training program at College of the Albemarle. Had the pleasure of teaching along with him for some of the classes. So I just would ask during the moment of silence if we could keep Bill's wife, Stephanie, and her family in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now have a few moments of silence. Thank you. Now, if you will stand as you're able and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the republic for which it stands, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. This morning, we'd also like to take a few minutes to remember a key person in the life and development of the town of Nags Head, Mr. Russell Twyford, who passed away on February 27th. First, I'll say that if you want to read a brief description of what a full life is like, you should read his obituary, which I believe I was told he wrote himself. He was a World War II veteran, a family man, and very active in civic life. He was an attorney with offices in Elizabeth City and Manteo, and he was a graduate of UNC and Wake Forest University. Of note, one of Mr. Twyford's main interests was the protection of the environment of the fragile maritime forest. Toward that end, he donated land to the Nature Conservancy, Nags Head Woods Preserve, Jockey's Ridge State Park, and the Buxton Woods Preserve. He also donated land to the Kitty Hawk Municipal Center, the Nags Head Recreation Complex, Nags Head Elementary School, the Dare County Municipal Center, and for the Dare County College of the Albemarle campus. He owned and operated the Nags Header Hotel and the famed Carolinian Hotel. Mr. Twyford was the recipient of the Longleaf Pine in recognition of his contributions to the people of North Carolina, and he was named a Nags Head Lightkeeper in recognition of his leadership and contributions to Nags Head and Dare County. I unfortunately did not know Mr. Twyford well. We crossed paths briefly when I became involved with Ducks Unlimited here 30 plus years ago. He was an avid hunter as well, and I've engaged with his firm a time or two. But some of you did know him well, and I'd ask any of you if you would offer additional remarks this morning. Mr. Fuller?
I'd be happy to. I knew Russell fairly well, considered him a good friend, and everything you said was accurate, including that he wrote and rewrote his obituary and wrote his funeral about what was going to happen. But be that as it may, everything you said is true, and it's very understated in terms of how good a friend he was to the town of Nags Head. Obviously, to get the Lightkeeper Award at some point in time, he was recognized for what he did. And he was a true lifelong friend to the Outer Banks, but particularly Nags Head. I mean, he did a lot for the town in his own way, but it was always to the benefit of the town. And he was just a great friend and ally of the town of Nags Head, and I consider myself to be lucky that we've crossed paths.
Thank you, Webb.
I would agree with Webb. He was a true Southern gentleman. He did a lot for the town and loved the town of Nags Head and the Outer Banks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda would be the adoption of the agenda, and a motion would be in order.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. The next item on our agenda are our recognitions, and I will first call on Randy Wells. Chief.
you like to stay there?
Right.
Okay.
Morning, Mayor Cahoon, distinguished commissioners. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the newest member of Nags Fire Rescue, William Billy Reynolds. Billy joined Nags Fire Rescue on March 1st, 2021. Billy comes to Nags from Portsmouth, Virginia, where he has 28 years of firefighting experience with Virginia Beach Fire Department and Portsmouth Fire Department. Billy has numerous fire and rescue certifications and is an emergency medical technician. He has experience in technical rescue, water rescue, has done time work urban search and rescue. He's a graduate of Old Dominion University, where he received his master's degree in exercise physiology. One of my favorite comments is Billy spends time in the gym, and he tells me, "Chief, I got a lot of tread left on this tire." I said, "Okay, well, I believe you." Billy and his wife, Tanya, have been married for 24 years and have 2 daughters. Carly, who's 20, is studying to be a nurse like her mother, and Paige, 18, who will be graduating from high school this spring. After Paige graduates, Billy, Tanya, and Paige will relocate to a home that they have not owned here in Nags Head and will be full-time residents. Billy enjoys surfing, woodworking, spending time with his family. He frequently participates in the youth surf camp sponsored by Nags Head Church, teaching local youth how to safely surf. And I'll tell you, when I met Billy, it didn't take long to see that he had a passion for the fire service. There were times where he would literally come out of his seat trying to talk to me about the fire department. And when we started talking about urban search and rescue, he would pull at his mask a little bit to make sure that we were talking. And you could almost see his smile under the mask. So, very passionate about the fire service. Billy brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to our department. He's already gained the admiration of his fellow firefighters and supervisors. Billy will, without a doubt, serve the citizens and visitors of Nags with courage, commitment, and compassion. Distinguished board, I present to you our newest firefighter, William Billy Reynolds.
Thank you.
Very nice to have you.
Yeah, I'm very humbled to be here, and I love the Outer Banks, just like you were saying, and I'm excited to serve the citizens and be a part of the organization and help move it forward. Thank you, Chief.
Excellent. Welcome, sir.
Welcome.
Next item on our agenda is recognition for, is a new equipment operator, and I'll call him Mike Norris. Mike's on the Zoom.
Good morning, board. Good morning, Mayor. Our newest employee is Heath Taylor. Heath is a local and lifelong resident of Dare County. He loves to hunt and fish, and he is our newest employee who is now operating our side load commercial truck. He is blended in very nicely. New employee, Heath Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to Heath. The next item on our agenda is recognition for 10 years of service, and I'll call on Chief Webster.
Thank you, Hunter.
Better behave that time.
Thank you, Mayor, Board, for recognizing Officer Matt Honeyford for his 10 years of service to the town. A little background information on Matt Honeyford attended and played baseball at both Florida International University and Central Arizona College. And after college, he was drafted and played in the minor leagues. Pretty impressive. After baseball, Matt served in the Coast Guard. He began his career in law enforcement here locally with Dare County, and then he joined the home team, Nags Head, in March of 2011. Matt was assigned as a K-9 officer in 2012, and canines are his true passion. He's had 2 partners, Iwan, who passed away in 2016, and now Mike. I should say that Matt is the driving force behind the K-9 program countywide. And he's often coming up with cutting-edge training opportunities for everybody, for the whole area. Matt is also a consummate professional and always willing to help the community. Just over a week ago, as often happens, Matt was the first to arrive on scene at a medical call where he rendered immediate CPR. And I don't even know if he knows this, but because of his efforts, the individual was able to regain consciousness on the flight to Oakland. Matt is married to his wife Laurel and has 2 daughters, Bella, and Maddie, and reside in Manio, and we are happy to have you on board. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
And, we have a small token of appreciation for you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, everybody.
Item on our agenda is a proclamation for Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas children are vital to our state's future success, prosperity, and quality of life, as well as being our most vulnerable asset. And whereas all children deserve to have safe, stable, nurturing homes and communities they need to foster their healthy growth and development. And whereas child abuse and neglect is a community responsibility affecting both the current and future quality of the life of a community. And whereas communities that provide parents with social support, knowledge of parenting, and child development, and resources they need to cope with stress and nurture their children, ensure that all children grow to their full potential. And whereas effective child abuse prevention strategies succeed because of partnerships created among citizens, human service agencies, schools, faith communities, healthcare providers, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. Therefore, we, the Town of Nags Head Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim April 2021 as Child Abuse Prevention Month and call upon all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, elected leaders, and businesses to increase their participation in our efforts to support families, thereby preventing child abuse and strengthening the communities in which we live. And with that, I believe a motion to adopt that proclamation would be in order.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a resolution, Thanks Outer Banks, a week of gratitude, May 9 through 15, 2021. Whereas the Outer Banks has a 434-year history of resilience and strength coupled with a powerful sense of community. And whereas the world has suffered a horrible pandemic with over 500,000 people dying from COVID-19 in the United States alone, and whereas Dare County has not been spared the ravages of the pandemic to our personal health, to our personal lives, our lifestyles, and to our economy, and whereas vaccines are now being provided that give us hope for our future health and well-being, and whereas the Outer Banks has pulled through together, from families to first responders to frontline workers to medical facilities, with courage, compassion, and strength to get past the worst of the pandemic. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nags Head Board of Commissioners does hereby declare May 9th through 15th, 2021, as Thanks Outer Banks, a week of gratitude, and urges all citizens and businesses to participate to show their gratitude. Be it further resolved that town officials and employees are encouraged to support the efforts of Thanks Outer Banks, showing the town's gratitude for all that has been done to move forward. Approved the 7th day of April, 2021. And a motion to adopt that resolution would be in order. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a presentation on the Dowdy's Park Farmers Market.
Ellie, you're muted.
No. I say no.
seconded by Mag. Let's move that item to after public comment and give you all time to work on those technical difficulties. Okay. With the board's consent, we will move to public comment. Mr. Lighting, turn to you, please.
I understand we do have some public comment, is that correct?
Yes, we do.
Public comment is allowed by the Board of Commissioners at each monthly meeting. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board with any comments that they have and any concerns that they wish to express. It's not an opportunity for dialogue with individual commissioners, and the board rarely, if ever, responds to questions or requests made during the public comment session. But for anybody who does wish to provide public comment, if you will please start by telling us your name and where you live, and then address all of your comments to the board, and I will also be the timekeeper enforcing the 5-minute time.
Photos, please. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Richard Hansen. I live at 3323 South Linda Lane. Been a resident of Nags Head and owner of 3 properties since 2009. I'm here. I represent our home association. I'm on the board of the Old Nags Head Homeowners Association. And I'm here today on behalf of the association to ask for your help and assistance. And by the way, over the last year, we've been working very closely with the Nags Head management staff on our issue of drainage and flooding that takes place in Old Nags Head. And I think a lot of you are familiar with the issues, and I don't want to go through much in detail about what has occurred. I have some pictures to share with you of the flooding that occurred in February, and this is ongoing issues that we've had over the last numerous years that have taken place. And I'd like to, just briefly kind of share with you, from my perspective, we have a drainage problem, and I have to say that the management staff has been working very closely. I think we have a plan, and I think you're aware of the plan. What I'm asking for, and on behalf of the Homeowners Association, is your help in getting this funded and getting this accomplished this year and having it in the budget. I happen to live at 3323. My driveway would flood, and I have to put a pump in the ditch, and I pump it to a lot that I own next door at 3325. And this is a picture of the lot. If I didn't have the plumbing, if I didn't have the actual pump system, I couldn't get in my driveway because of the flooding. The next one shows more water that happens on that location. And you all are aware of, just quickly through these pictures, let you know, the problem we have is the ditches are not taking place in a number of locations. And we are, and I think through the planning and help of Dave Ryan has outlined, I give an excellent plan here. I think there's 32 houses that do not have culverts under their driveway. And I think that's been identified as backup. The ditches aren't there in some various locations. And I think from our standpoint, we owe it upon the owners of those locations to pay for that, working closely with the with the town, as we outlined. So what I'm here today is to ask for your help and support and get this funded and get this on the agenda, and so that we can get this approved this fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe we have anybody else present. Did we have anyone submit comments?
Yes, we have one written comment. This is from Adnan Jalil, and I do not know his address.
308.
I'm sorry.
308.
308
Southside.
Okay, thank you. To whom it may concern, I moved to the Southridge neighborhood at the end of 2019 to get away from the nation's capital, which, as you know, is decaying and congested. I'm the owner of Alpha Strategies, LLC, a bipartisan multi-client lobbying firm focused on federal legislative issues in Congress. I have reviewed the recommendations by fellow neighbors on the working group, and I don't think they go far enough. My recommendation is to not allow access to the public at all. Vacationers have plenty of other beaches to enjoy in the Outer Banks. I haven't been able to find parking last summer because of all these vacationers clogging up the neighborhood, and it doesn't have that residential feel near the Soundside access. Building more parking spots to accommodate vacationers at the expense of residents is not the solution. Limiting access to the Soundside won't ruin the broader tourist industry in the Outer Banks. We'll all be fine. Anyway, here are the recommendations for your review in case you missed it. Parking and traffic. The working group is asking the commissioners to approve the prohibition of on-street parking within the right-of-way on Deering Street, South 13th Street, West Soundside Road. If they approve this, we're not sure what the consequences to violators will be. Would they be ticketed or only receive a pink slip notice, which has no financial or other penalties? The Nags Head Police Department and park rangers should routinely visit the Soundside access area, including our streets, to enforce the parking regulations as well as to ensure that there is beach and water supervision. It will be requested that the town have a traffic study conducted to determine the traffic impacts of the Soundside access that it has on our neighborhood. Additionally, they are requesting the town conduct an audit of all signage on our affected streets and see what changes might be necessary. Using the results of these studies, we are asking if establishing a three-way stop along Soundside Road at the entrance of the access might be appropriate. Hopefully, these studies will also show whether other traffic calming measures should be taken. Soundside access location. The working group is recommending no parking be allowed along either side of the driveway to or from the access's parking lot. If the town and/or park would like to increase the parking capacity for Sound Beach access, they are requesting that those accommodations be made via the park or through a formal planning process. The neighborhood representatives have expressed that we do not desire increased capacity for parking for beachgoers. In that vein, the group is asking the town to look for alternative sound access for the general public and/or a drive aisle contained entirely within the park. The group is requesting enforcement of the open hours, April 1 to September 30th, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., October 1 to March 31, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Events held by Jockey's Ridge State Park after hours should not use the Soundside Road for access, i.e. they should come through the park. Limit Jockey's Ridge State Park events at the Soundside access to 50 or fewer people. Signed, Adnan to legal. I believe that's all the public comment that we have this morning.
Mayor, just as a point, I know you chose to read that letter, but we have received additional letters that are not being read. Is that the case?
We have this.
I mean, we have at least two others that represent a similar point of view.
They do.
But you chose to read that one. Are you going to read the other ones?
Well, I would be happy to. This one was submitted specifically for public comment.
Okay.
For this morning. The others were letters to the commissioners that were not requesting that they be entered for public comment. So that's the distinction between.
Thank you. I mean, I'm fine with you not reading them. I just would say that there were other letters that express same sentiments that are in this, not directly the same, but same sentiment.
Okay, thank you.
Conclude the public comment session.
Thank you very much. So at this point, we will return to the Dowdy Park Farmers Market update.
Thank you. I
Morning, Kelly.
apologize earlier. Good morning. Can you hear me now?
You're good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing us to be before you this morning to give a brief update on the Art and Culture Committee and what we experienced in the 2020 season and what we're hopeful for in the 2021 season. I would like to hand it off to our chair, Peggy Saporito. She would like to address the board briefly, and then the event coordinator, Paige Griffin, will go through a quick PowerPoint. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Peggy Saporito, and I've been a member of the Nags Head Art and Culture Committee since February of 2017. This year, Betty White has joined our committee. She lives across the street from Dowdy Park and is an artist and a wonderful addition to the committee. Living across the street from the Dowdy Park also allows her to be able to use the park frequently and keeps us updated on the park's usage and any items that may need attention. At our last meeting, it was decided that we would open the farmers market again on Thursdays, starting May 27th and ending September 9th. We also would like to see the holiday markets continue again this year. In integrating arts and culture into community life, the Little Red Mailbox of Hope and the Little Library have been supported and well accepted by the community. We want to thank the Board of Commissioners for their continued support of the Art and Culture Committee. We are pleased with the committee's budget this year and hope that sometime we can look forward to other events to be held at Dowdy and other Nags Head parks. The community, as well as vendors, have been very enthusiastic regarding the farmers market and other events held at Dowdy Park. Paige Griffin has been well received in her position as event coordinator in working with the vendors, as well as the community and this committee. The vendors have continually been thankful, especially during COVID, for the opportunity to display and sell their work during this most trying, financially difficult time. The town has done a wonderful job of featuring the local artists' work by featuring their art on the Art Masks project. 4 masks are now located on the beach road. The original masks were created on dye-bond aluminum composite, which did not hold up on our coastal climate. The masks now hang on the beach road at several beach accesses and were reproduced on weather-tolerant banner material. Being reproduced on this more durable banner material allows the capability of them to be reproduced as needed in case they become damaged. I have personally seen them hanging in all their glory and commend the efforts of the board of the town of Nags Head and the Nags Head staff for their continued support on this project. The Art and Culture Committee was established by the commissioners to promote, encourage, and increase support for the town's artistic and cultural assets, as well as working to integrate arts and culture into the community life. I believe the commissioners have done a great job in living up to its mission and supporting the Art and Culture Committee. I am proud to be a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. This is a PowerPoint that's been put together because we know you receive a lot of facts, but it's also good to actually view what we're talking about today. And so this is just our first slide. We could move to the next slide, please. In 2020, the main priority was trying to keep everyone safe. Not only our local vendors and local community, but also the visitors. The way that we did this was we had to decrease the amount of vendors so we could space them adequately across the field. We displayed laminated signs prior to coming onto the property, and then had 3 extra hand washing stations. The hand washing stations had water that contained bleach, and it was warm water with hand sanitizing and separate paper towels, and then a trash bin. Next slide. The statistics from last year were, we did decrease the vendors due to spacing. We still had about 17 of our perishables, consumables, farmers, and food vendors. And they came from Currituck, Elizabeth City, Swan Quarter, Columbia, Edenton. We did have a decrease in our visitors, and that was due to not as many out-of-town people. Last year, I think our highest market was in mid-August, about 340 people, but we averaged around 225. And ironically, in speaking with the vendors, they did not see a decrease in sales, which was very encouraging for them. We did keep our social media presence at a minimum just because of the pandemic, and we did generate 4,850 in the vendor fees from July to December. These are just some of the consumables that we had. And these were some of our handicraft and artists. And this was our favored holiday market. I'm probably getting more inquiries on, are we going to do the holiday market again this year, more so. You can tell by a couple of the pictures that Public Works did a fabulous job in putting up lights and the spacing of the different lights among the trellises and creating a holiday festive spirit for everyone. It was very well received. People would stop me in the grocery store. We received phone calls, text, emails, and even notes saying how appreciative they were of us, the town, doing holiday markets. So we hope to do that again this next year. I will highlight one of the things that we did last year, and it was a first time here on the Outer Banks, was a night market. We did a Thursday night holiday festive market with music playing, and it was a really fun time. So much appreciation for that. And looking towards this summer, there is a frenzied excitement that is brewing and has been for some time. The application actually opened March 22nd, and it closes this Friday, April 9th. We will continue to maintain the governor's restrictions and instituting the 3 Ws, and continue to have our signage and our hand washing stations. And so just to continue to prevent and keep our visitors at the forefront as far as priority goes in their health. We have done a couple of increases. We have not increased the vendor amount that we're going to have on the field. However, we increased the vendor fee. We went from $25, I'm sorry, to $240. And it basically equals out to $15 a market. We are going to keep the vendors at 50 this next season, and probably will not be able to accept drop-ins. Right now, our applications are at 79, and considering that we're only taking 50, we'll try and figure that out, but do not anticipate doing any drop-ins at this time. We'll continue to monitor the governor's orders, and hopefully this next fall or possibly end of summer, we'll be able to offer our fitness, movies, and music again. The last, just to say that we're going to continue to follow the social distancing and 3 Ws, requiring vendors to wear a mask and providing hand sanitizer. Next slide, please. These are some other initiatives that the Arts and Cultural Committee are working on. Peggy did mention them. On the screen, there are actually 2 of the art masks displayed. And then also the acceptance of the Don Brown portrait, which is now in Town Hall. We're also looking for the piece of artwork that's at the bottom portion of the screen. Hopefully that will be displayed at the Harvey track. And then the Arts and Cultural Committee are trying to explore other options for our other parks in town, specifically the dog park, town park, and then Whalebone Park. Another item that they spoke about this past year, sorry, Michael, was an Adopt a program, much like they do Adopt a beach access, but possibly doing Friends of our parks. Public Works does an amazing job with all of our parks and keeping them maintained. However, sometimes if a teeny bit more care is given to someone adopting it, that pride is taken. And it's also a great educational opportunity for the youth to see and take ownership in our parks. Next slide. And this is a thank you. This actually 2020 was a mean one, was done by one of our embroidery artists at the market. But this year could not have been possible without the support of everyone, of yourself, of the Arts and Cultural Committee, the staff, the volunteers that we use. The planning department really kicked it up a notch as far as the support on a weekly basis. And the same with the police department. They were, I felt like I was a part of their team this year because of the concern that they had. And I cannot say enough about the support and the check-ins that they gave on a regular basis. And then, of course, our amazing vendors and Nags Head letting us use their parking lot. So, any questions that anyone might have?
Board members?
Sir. No, thank you for a great job.
Thank you so much, Paige. Appreciate that.
Thank you. It was a fun year. We look forward to this year.
Thank you. I think we all look forward to a great 2021.
I don't envy you trying to go from 79 applications to 50 vendors.
Agreed. We're going to have some disappointed people. But Dowdy Park has become the market. There is a market in Avon, and Manio is actually going to revisit their Saturday markets. But Dowdy Park is the place. So we're very fortunate. We're very fortunate.
Thank you very much, Paige.
Thank you. Take care.
Like somebody here, I don't know, well, Renee, somebody knows more about the Don Bryant portrait donation. I'd like to know more. And I know of it, but I don't know.
I don't know a lot about that one at all.
The Don Brown estate was liquidating. And part of that liquidation was to sell off a lot of his artwork that has not been bought by other people. And so there was a few-day event at the Glenure Gallery, and Village Realty bought the Don Brown portrait, and it was offered to the town through the Art and Cultural Committee. In other words, it's brought to the committee because some people do the process. Because the town just can't accept artwork on its own, has to go through the committee. So it's brought to the committee, and the committee wanted it, so Village Realty donated it to the town for the town's use. It was either that or going to be hung at Village Realty. So I'm happy the town did receive it.
Thank you.
I am too. It's a wonderful piece of art.
It is. Carolyn, could I ask that we prepare a letter of thanks from the board to build realty for that
And
donation.
specifically Bob Oaks.
And to Bob Oaks, and we'll get that out now. Thank you very much for that. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. You've had that before you, and the motion would be in order.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. At this point, we need a brief 5-minute recess for consultation, and we'll return in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. The Board of Commissioners has now returned to order. We had finished ended our meeting after the consent agenda and before public hearings. I would like for the public to also know that during the break, we became aware of additional public comment that writers wish to have entered into the record. And so I will read those additional comments at the end of the meeting, at the beginning of the mayor's agenda. And the clerk will get those ready for printing. The next item on our agenda, therefore, would then be public hearings, and I will turn to Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, we'll begin the public hearing to consider text amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance pertaining to the various commercial mixed-use types and the various uses allowed in those types. This is, in fact, all three of the public hearings that the board has this morning are all legislative matters, and therefore sworn testimony is not going to be required. But we will have an opportunity for members of the public to comment on these if they wish. But as we begin this particular public hearing, we'll start with receiving the staff's analysis presented by the Planning and Development Director, Michael Zinger.
Mr. Lighty, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to excuse myself from this first one, as I may personally benefit or gain from whatever decision is made. If that's the board's consent.
So moved to remove Commissioner Sears from any discussion or action on the item in front of us.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Michael, sorry.
Thank you. Good morning. Hope everyone can hear me. So the subject text amendment is, as it indicates, we're seeking to amend the commercial mixed-use types and the various uses allowed within those use types. Specifically, the board directed staff to initiate a text amendment to include the religious complex use as an allowed use, specifically within shopping centers. So the subject text amendment, and let me do a screen share. I can walk you through that quickly. So the subject text amendment really only affects a few sections of the code. Section 7.32.5, which is the list of uses. 7.32 is the list of uses that that can be incorporated within a mixed-use development use designation. So here, under institutional, we would add the religious complexes use. And then under section 7.45.1 or 7.45.1, we would clarify, because there are specific dimensional requirements associated with religious complexes, and primarily these are focused on when they are developed on standalone properties, individual properties, that those dimensional requirements would not apply to religious complex uses occupying a tenant space within a building with multiple tenant spaces. So if within a shopping center, for instance, these obviously would not apply to that use. So bear with me one second. In the review, the planning board recommended approval with a taking action 7-0 unanimously. We did discuss with the planning board, so in every district where the religious complex use is allowed, with the exception of the C3 district, the use is only allowed by conditional use permit. We had a discussion with the planning board about whether or not that should continue to be a requirement for religious complex uses when they're located as part of a commercial mixed use designation. And the board did believe that it should be because of the potential for unintended consequences or unanticipated consequences in the relationship between that use and other uses that you may more commonly find within a shopping center, for instance. You know, hours of operations, hours of services, the effect that that may have on parking. The board felt as though it was important to ensure continue that requirement for a conditional use permit for that use within a shopping center. So I think that pretty much sums up the intent and scope, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Do members of the board have any questions for Mr. Zinger? Anything else, Michael?
No, sir.
Very good. Now, on this particular item, has anybody indicated they wish to comment on this, Madam Clerk? But, okay. Does the board wish to receive any other information on this item before you begin your deliberations on the proposed text amendments? If not, we will conclude the public hearing at this time. The board may deliberate on the proposed text amendments.
Board, any comments or observations, or does someone want to put a motion on the table for discussion?
I make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
I have a motion to approve and as presented. Discussion?
This is correcting an unintended consequence of the UDO.
Thank you. I beg, and as often as we need to do that, we should, and as quickly as we can do that, we should do so. Thank you. Hearing no comment and having a motion on the floor, I would ask all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion passes unanimously of those present. And I believe a motion would be in order to return Mr. Sears.
Actually, no motion is required on that. We just need to get it back in.
I think my motion was on this one item.
Yeah, it was just on this one.
All right, thank you. For the listening public, Commissioner Sears has returned to the meeting, and we will proceed to the next item, Mr. Whitey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will now proceed to the public hearing to consider text amendments to the UDO pertaining to non-conforming hotels and accessory uses in association with pre-existing fishing piers, and text amendments pertaining to the permitted zoning district location and supplemental regulations for hotels. Again, this is another matter in which the board sits as a legislative body. On this particular item, we will begin with the presentation of the staff's analysis, again presented by Planning and Development Director, Michael Zinger.
Thank you. Good morning again, board. So this is a text amendment, or a public hearing rather, on the two text amendments that the board has been considering. The first being the text amendment that has been on the table for quite some time, which was the original considered text amendment that would essentially allow an option for pre-existing non-conforming hotels, hotels that were now non-conforming within the town's CR zoning district, to essentially seek a conditional use permit to modify the use and/or structure in a manner that would otherwise be precluded by the town's, the code's non-conforming use provisions. Recently, the board requested that staff work on an alternative text amendment that would essentially make the hotel use, again, a permitted use with a conditional use permit within the CR zoning district. And we did take that alternative text amendment to the planning board for review. The board did recommend approval as proposed, 7-0, with the caveat that it would only be subject to a limitation that only hotels and sites used as hotels prior to January 1st, 2021 would be considered to be a permitted use. So essentially, the outcome of the two text amendments is really no different in both circumstances. For existing hotels to want to make changes to their sites that are allowable within the dimensional requirements, and both text amendments now have instituted or proposed to institute the CR dimensional requirements that were applicable prior to the UDO. If both of those, if in both instances, if changes were desired to be made, they would need to likely seek a conditional use permit. Perhaps a debatable point whether or not under the original text amendment, the granting of that conditional use permit removes the non-conforming status. But under the alternative text amendment, the use is absolutely no longer considered non-conforming. It would still be subject to a conditional use permit. And but again, they would not be subject to the non-conforming use provisions. They may still be considered non-conforming structures with respect to some of the dimensional requirements, but certainly not a non-conforming use. Let me go over very quickly the text amendment, because this would be the first time the board's seeing this. This is the text amendment that would allow for hotels essentially as a permitted use subject to a conditional use permit in the CR district. So in section 6.6, which is the table of uses, we would, one cleanup item, but we would also note in the CR zoning district that hotel was allowed, denoting with a CS, which means conditional subject to supplemental regulations. And then under section 7.12, hotels, we would amend the opening paragraph, and this is where we would indicate hotels are permitted in accordance with section 6.6, except that in the CR zoning district, the hotel use shall only be allowed as permitted use subject to a conditional use permit upon a property when such use was lawfully conducted prior to and actively in operation as of January 1st, 2021. And then hotels shall be subject to the following additional requirements. And this is where the dimensional requirements that were formerly applicable to hotels in the CR district come back in. And the majority of these are consistent with the former provisions. We've done some wordsmithing here to make sure that the provisions are clear and that they're more consistent with the wording in the UDO. There are a couple of provisions that are now in the UDO that are applicable in the other zoning districts that were not in the former zoning regulations for the CR district. Those include the minimum and maximum unit size for a suite unit. And so here, what we've done is added the same minimum and maximum unit size for an efficiency unit of 400 square foot minimum, maximum of 700 square feet. There was not a minimum requirement for minimum units per building. And there was not a building separation provision such as this with the 20-foot building separation requirement, and also the requirement for a sidewalk or boardwalk to be constructed. Currently, there is a requirement for other hotels of ocean and sound access. Obviously, in the CR district, we're talking entirely oceanfront, so that was not applicable. And then we've pulled in the accessory uses that were formerly allowed under the zoning under Chapter 48. So I'm happy to go over the former text amendment. We had done that previously, but the board may recall what those provisions entailed, what that was proposing to do. But again, this is the continued public hearing on the original text amendment and the reopening or the opening of a public hearing on the alternative. So the board can discuss both options, and I'm happy to address any questions. And just a note, not sure if it was able to be worked out, but I've been emailing, I got an email from a gentleman that had attempted to register for the public hearing, and he may or may not be logged in and had indicated interest in speaking. I'd shared that with Karen. Happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Zena? Ms. Cahoon?
I'm looking for it, just 1 second, please.
While you're doing that, I'd like a procedural question.
Yes, sir.
For that. Since we have a formerly presented ordinance and a new ordinance, both of which essentially accomplish the same ends, if there's a motion to approve one of those and we debate and adopt that, does the other automatically die and no further action is required, or do we need to take action, basically dispose of the other?
All the, Michael, and whether there's anything included in one that is not, that's significant, that's not included in the other, that would require action on both.
So just to be clear, I think the UDO does suggest that there should be definitive action to dispense with a text amendment that's before the board. I would suggest it would be clear to, if there is an intent to adopt one and not the other, that I would suggest you do take action to deny the other. Otherwise, if you take no action, the public hearing's been held, hypothetically, it could be acted upon at some point in the future.
I'll yield right now to anybody else want to ask a question.
Yes, Commissioner Foley.
I have just a couple. One, under the proposed accessory use about the rental of beach chairs and umbrellas, can you explain that further?
Bear with me 1 second. So that was included in the previous provisions for hotels in the CR district, that was allowed as an accessory use, the on-site rental of beach chairs and umbrellas. And obviously we have a town code provision in terms of using those types of equipment on the beach.
Thank you. What, Mr. Sears?
Michael, the limit the size of the units, how did that come about? And the density of the units, how did that come about? And what is the possibility of the building allowing more based on what is allowed in your size restrictions? And how do you foresee that being an issue moving forward?
So again, these, and you're referring to the unit size minimum of 300 square feet and maximum of 700. For an efficiency unit, the minimum of 400 square feet and maximum of 700 square feet. And then the new provision of unit size for a suite, again, a minimum of 400 square feet and maximum of 700 square feet. And then the density requirement or allowance for hotels in the CR district would be, for the first acre, a maximum of 16 units shall be allowed, and then 20 units per acre shall be allowed for each additional acre, with the total allowable number of units prorated based upon partial acreage in excess of 1 acre. Again, all of those provisions, with the exception of the minimum unit size for a suite, were the provisions that were formerly applicable in the CR district, which that was the direction from the board to pull those in and keep those as the applicable standards for hotels in the CR district. So we did not, there was not much consideration in terms of what the maximum in terms of the unit sizes. It is, you know, the unit sizes for rooms, minimum and maximum for a regular room and an efficiency do line up with the other minimums and maximums that were established for hotels otherwise in other zoning districts in the town. The only exception to that is the unit size for a suite unit. Beyond that, you know, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if units could be added to pre-existing hotels, either from a size standpoint or from a density standpoint. You know, it may be that there is an existing site that has development potential, you know, unused, essentially capacity from lot coverage or density or building area. Perhaps it's more likely that you have an existing hotel that may want to demolish and reconstruct portions of their property as well, and can also comply with these standards.
I guess I'll pull Commissioner Fuller and say, let me ask it this way. But what if there's some existing hotels that due to the pandemic, like airlines and other places, want to increase the size of the unit, decrease the amount of units to better suit the current traveler? Under this, with the maximum suite size of 700, and that's not very big, and you're not really going to make a suite much more than an efficiency like you had before. You're not going to have a true suite. So if somebody wanted to really upscale their current hotel for a better experience, are we allowing them to do that, or are we restricting them under these guidelines?
Yeah, we would only allow them to do it up to that maximum, obviously. So if the board's inclined to, you know, to prefer that be allowed, that units can be combined and units made larger, obviously not increasing the number of units and therefore not affecting their density. Let's, you know, assuming they're non-compliant with respect to density today, you know, as long as that they're not increasing the number of units, if they're combining units, then and meeting that minimum or that maximum, then they could do that. So yeah, if you wanted to increase that maximum or eliminate that maximum for that reason, that's certainly valid.
As a follow-up to that, Michael, is there some sort of standard that was chosen to get these numbers? Or were they just arbitrarily picked?
You know, I'm not aware of the original rationale for picking the unit size minimums and maximums. Again, they were in the previous ordinance. I'm not sure if the mayor recollects any conversation around that as part of the development of the UDO. Obviously, for the C2 and the hotel overlay district, there's no density maximum. You know, and there's some, I would say there is some consideration for that, that of not having a maximum density in terms of the number of units and not having minimums and maximum unit size for the units, and letting that be controlled by, you know, lot coverage and height and setbacks and whatever number of units can be fit within in that building is appropriate. I think one of the things we discussed during the planning board meeting is the development potential of some of these sites in terms of the number of bedrooms, number of bedroom units that could be created if they were developed as single family or even cottage courts. And in many cases, the number of hotel room units that you could net is probably less than you could net if the sites were developed for single family or as a cottage court. So there is some inconsistency there, or maybe an unexpected relationship or outcome based on this density limit when you look at the development potential for a single family home or even a cottage court.
Be determining, if you've got a building pad, you have a height limit, you have setback limits, you have parking limits, should we be determining the size of a room other than a minimum standard? But should we be determining the maximum size?
I think ultimately, probably those other factors are enough to what development would occur. My recollection, if I haven't worked on a project in Killable Hills in a while, I think this is fairly consistent with what they've done for unit sizes. If I recollect, we didn't discuss this room size during the UDO process, but I have a recollection that at some point when a developer was proposing a project in Nags Head some years ago, and that's when the dormitory provisions for employees came into effect, and there may have been some concern. And there also had been condominium hotel provisions, not recently, a while ago. There was concern about whether they were dwelling units rather than hotel rooms.
Well, I know that, and my memory's not always that good. I know when there was a consideration of a hotel down at Whalebone, that there was concern that the top two suites would become living quarters, and I don't know if that played into it or not, but there was an argument about how many.
Ask a follow-up,
Not by us,
just a quick follow-up.
Yes.
Does a suite allow more than one bedroom? I mean, in this ordinance, this before us, not 700 square feet.
No, there's nothing. Sorry, I was having some feedback. No, I don't believe that it controls that at all.
A suite can have as many bedrooms as it wants.
Well, let me double check that there's not a definition, so bear with me 1 second.
You know, ultimately, no matter what size, if it's inside that structure, add the septic to support that. So I don't want to be so restrictive that the issue goes further than this hotel. The issue comes down to current age of in the layouts of some of these hotels cannot compete with an Airbnb. So you see a fluctuate of people going to an Airbnb instead of a hotel.
Right.
If you allow them to upgrade their hotel to be more competitive with an Airbnb, some of these lesser producing Airbnbs may go back to long-term rentals versus, I mean, they may not, but if you have that other option, somebody can stay on there and get what they're getting, even on the west side in an Airbnb situation, let them compete with them. Don't restrict them to the point they can't do anything in a hotel. And people want nicer things. They don't want a 700 square foot 3-bedroom or 3 beds in one room with a coffee maker. They want nicer things when they're on vacation.
We think that, but then another hotel owner might look at, to maximize my profit, I can do a suite, but it's really not going to be used as a suite. It'll be used as seasonal rental housing.
So,
I don't want to restrict it.
hotel suite. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
A hotel suite is defined as a lodging unit having living and cooking facilities within a hotel and also meeting the following requirements. Units shall be limited to 2 bedrooms. The kitchen area shall comprise no more than 10% of the entire unit.
I have one other question, and I'll follow up on this. The health department list, or the environmental wastewater regulations list gallons per bedroom for multifamily, for single family, multifamily. For hotels, they list hotel rooms, and then they list hotel rooms with cooking facilities, and they give you numbers for those two. And the hotel rooms, the way it's, I recall it being listed in the health code, state health code, is no discussion of the number of beds or how the hotel suite is divided. If it's a hotel and has a cooking facility, it has so many gallons per day. So, yes, I would wonder, regardless of what we do, if an applicant walks in to the health department with a hotel plan that has multiple bedrooms in a suite, the health department going to say that's 120 gallons per day per bedroom in the suite, or are they going to use the suite number out of the table? I can't answer how they would do that. How they answer that may impact what we do, and it may be the governing factor that comes in after whatever action we take. I mean, if we decide a suite has no limit and a suite has no limit on the number of beds or bedrooms that can be divided into, that could be fine from their point of view, but the health department could weigh in and say, well, you've given up your whatever it is, 175 gallons a day or whatever it would be normally for a suite. Now we're going to do it per bedroom at 120, minimum 240. I don't know.
Understand what you're saying. I absolutely agree. But when he gave me the definition of suite, I'm fine with where we are.
With where we are.
As long as we have the definition of suite that limited to 2 bedrooms with cooking facility, et cetera, what you're saying absolutely comes into play on a suite. And I understand that, but I just didn't want a suite to be something that would be considered something other than a suite.
I just question whether we need to have a limit on the size.
I don't think we need to limit.
I don't think we need to limit the size.
Okay.
I don't think we need to limit the size of suite.
I just think
That's reasonable.
we shouldn't be micromanaging the interior of the building.
Yeah.
Because you look at a site plan and approve it or not approve it, but.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Zena?
I just have one more. Michael, and this is not a new question, it's, as I was looking back through the ordinance, as it relates to side yard setbacks, and it talks about height, talks about a 35-foot minimum side yard setback with an increase of 1 foot for every foot over 35, which theoretically, if I'm not mistaken, a 60-foot height would have a 60-foot side yard setback on each side. Does that mean that no parking can be included in those side yard setbacks?
I don't believe that, no. I believe the side yard setback is going to apply to the building and not to the parking. The parking setbacks are going to be regulated by the commercial development standards or commercial design standards.
That was 120 feet of side yard setbacks that doesn't allow any parking, you theoretically have killed any chance of development anyway.
There is, and I do maybe, so there is an open space provision.
Yes.
Where a minimum of 50% of the area established by each minimum setback shall be undeveloped and landscaped as open space. Underground components of wastewater systems are allowed to be located within minimum required setback areas. So yes, you can locate parking within the building setback. However, 50% of the area established by that setback does have to be undeveloped and landscaped as open space.
If you've got 60 feet of setback, 30 feet of it would have to be undeveloped.
Well, or you put a standard width parking lot, but half the depth of the building inside. You would do whatever made it work to the maximum.
That's one if we're being in one hotel, but we're restricting it to where it can't happen.
No, that's a fairly long-standing provision. I can't say where that came from.
Well, I know it came about when we were creating a hotel overlay, and that same question came up was, what is this going to do?
Well, but what I would suggest on this ordinance that we have before us is, we want to change the terms that we have in terms of room size and density. You know, I have argued, and I said this in some of the UDO discussions, is that we have tweaked our hotel ordinance with the hope of getting a hotel at some point, and it's never clear exactly which trigger is the right one to get somebody to come here. I would prefer, with all of these provisions, that someday we hear from an actual hotel developer who says, this is close enough for me if you will change this, and let's actually change something that makes it happen. That's what we want.
As written, under making it a permitted use under Part 2, Section 7.12, we'll never get that, because we're limiting the permitted use to the only ones that exist, no new ones. Which brings me to my point of discussion. Under the red in 7.12, I'd like to just put a period after the word conditional use permit, period. Which in effect, what that does is it allows for hotels to be proposed in the CR. Under the way it's written right now, you can't even propose a hotel in the CR.
So just to be clear, if the intent is just to leave it open and allow them to be subject to a conditional use permit, then you would not need any amendment of section 7.12. Because the table section 6.6 already would list it as a conditional use within the CR district.
Thank you for that, and I guess that's where I was trying to get.
And, you know, this was a lot of the discussion with the planning board. Their recommendation was caveated by the suggestion that there be no new hotels within the CR district. And that would be unique, given that we would allow for new hotels in the other districts where they are allowed.
And I think if we're trying to encourage hotels, I would not want to adopt language that would not allow them.
I agree.
If we eliminate all that, that would eliminate 7.12.3.3, which looks back 5 years preceding any application to see if you've diminished or demolished and rebuilt anything.
That's the original text amendment. So that's not included in the alternative.
I guess where I'm coming from is I think we should allow hotels to be permitted in the CR zone as under our current standards. I think I've been fairly consistent about that. But that's just me. I'm just sitting over here on the end of the table.
And I thought that the town's values as embodied in a comprehensive plan and the history of development regulations on the oceanfront was that we did not want to permit large structures on the oceanfront, hotels being among them. That's partly what why the large structure setbacks are there also under CAMA. But my understanding that I thought Nags Head didn't want additional hotels on the oceanfront, but we didn't want to lose the ones we have.
The way I understood the discussion was, and I wasn't part of it, you were, so I'm only have hearsay, but it was geared on large structures, more geared toward large residential homes, not a discussion about hotels. And so what we have, which we consistently have in a lot of our documents, are competing values. One competing value in this situation is we want hotels. Another competing value is we don't want large structures. So we got to make a choice. My choice is, I think hotels should be permitted in CR with some standards. I like the standards we've had.
I agree with somewhat of both what you said. I know that there was a desire to not have large structures on the oceanfront, i.e. more 60-foot structures, to have a beach that's not blocked, the sun's not blocked the afternoon sun. That's why the hotel overlay district was created. But there's also been a strong desire to preserve the hotels that we currently have. Either one of those makes sense.
Sorry.
Well, at this point, do we have any more questions for Mr. Zahner? Well, I think the discussion may generate questions, so I think it's legitimate. If there are no further questions from Mr. Zahner, I'm aware that there is at least one person who is remote and wishes to provide public comment on this item. So, and Michael, unless you have anything further to add at this point?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so at this time we'll call on, I believe it's Mr. Simpler, who Karen has contact with and will broadcast for us all to hear.
Yes, I don't know if you can hear me. This is Ken Simpler.
Yes, Ken, we hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for giving me a couple minutes to maybe amplify on the letter of support for these textual amendments to the UDO that we reviewed back in, I guess, probably the end of February and submitted a letter in early March. It was addressed just really to Michael and his team and the planning board, I think. But having the opportunity to speak directly to you and listen in on today's conversation and understanding that you have been, you and the planning board have been wrestling with this for a better part of a year. As one owner, I speak as the chairman of our company. It's a family-owned and operated business, Seaboard Hospitality, Seaboard Hotels. And we have obviously been in the Nags Head area with the Surfside Hotel for several decades now. I actually worked my first 2 summers the year the building was built and the first year we opened. So we do have a long connection and history with the town. And we are a second generation of owner and operators, my father and now my brother-in-law and I. And we have a very substantial interest in looking at a plant, a building, and a property that we've owned for almost 40 years. But it is challenging. Many of you touched on some of the aspects that we do feel as if we are a competitive disadvantage, given the physical limitations of our property, to whether it's the Airbnb market, whether it's simply the changing tastes of consumers and travelers, that back when we built, it was enough to offer people a room and access to the beach. And obviously, the last year being an exception with COVID, the trends we have seen is a much more substantial demand for variation in the rooms. People don't just want a uniform commodity, a box, and they also want other amenities, common elements that weren't at all part of our vision back when my dad first built the Surfside. So the comments of some of the commissioners today, our experience in other townships and other areas, and Nags Head should have its own code and its own provisions that are suitable to Nags Head, but it is somewhat unusual in our experience to have the layers of requirements that might dictate the number of hotel units you can have, the number of suites and versus the size of suites or the size of rooms. And most of our experience is that the codes where we operate otherwise relies on things like the lot coverage requirements, the setbacks, the height requirements, et cetera. So just in our limited experience, the regulations that you guys are contemplating are in no way, they're not pejorative per se, but they're probably more restrictive than what we're accustomed to. And if anything we've learned in the last 30 or 40 years is that the markets do change, and having flexibility within some broad guiding principles would offer us more opportunity to contemplate, how we best serve our guests and how we best, make investments going forward. But the overriding sentiment I want to leave you with is just we are highly supportive of these changes. There are specifics that we might have addressed differently. We have one specific issue that I don't know is germane to other hotel owners, but we happen to operate a hotel that has two adjacent parcels. One is a condo building, one is open lands. I do not know whether the code as it's drafted, I can't give you the legal interpretation. Would they look at that entire site as where we operate the hotel? Or would it be very restrictively viewed as the hotel sits on only one of the three parcels? We don't know if there are other properties that might have a restaurant or an adjacent property that the owners view as part of the hotel operations, but it would certainly probably be counter to your intent to view that really restrictively, because in our case, we are very excited about looking at our parcel as a holistic whole and being able to make a significant investment to this aging plant. But it would certainly not be possible for us to do that if viewed very narrowly as one parcel where the hotel sat, as opposed to these adjacencies that we've owned for almost the same amount of time as the main site. So we do agree there are nuances that the code probably needs to contemplate, because legacy owners don't just get to step into a greenfield and start from scratch. But the general direction that you are headed in granting, whether it's initially granting existing owners the possibility to see whether your code changes incent them to make investments, and or opening up the code entirely to permit hotel use in the area, we think are very positive changes to the code if the goal is to preserve these legacy uses and or balance the stock of rooms you have available to guests. We do think the hotel market serves a different marketplace of transient consumers than the Airbnb rentals. Our guests don't rely on cooking all their meals in their rooms. Our guests are more inclined for shorter stays. There's a lot more turnover, so we're bringing new people to the area, I think, more so than perhaps a 1 week rental. But I just appreciate the constructive approach of the members of Michael's team and the staff, and also the thoughtful consideration by the planning board of these changes that will absolutely be a benefit to those of us who are legacy hotel owners and who want to make a further investment in their properties and in the town. So thanks for the opportunity to speak, and we are fully supportive of the direction you're moving in.
Okay, Mr. Simpler, would members of the board like to ask Mr. Simpler any questions? Mr. Fuller?
Mr. Simpler, basically, you do have three pieces of property, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
We do.
And one is a hotel that is governed on that piece of property. Another one is a condo project, correct?
Correct.
So those are two separate and distinct ventures and not connected. And then you have a third piece of property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I just want to make sure I'm clear, because I kind of felt like when the discussion was going that some people might not understand that the hotel is standalone and the condo is standalone. They're not combined.
They are not physically connected, and that was obviously at the time how the properties were never conjoined as a single parcel. I don't want to complicate the decisions you have today, but I would say that we tend to, though, look at the property, if you will, as one holistic parcel, that they were the pieces that are adjacent to the main hotel were acquired in contemplation of having a footprint that could be developed, from a guest perspective, conceivably as offering different alternatives, whether it was a condo, whether it was a hotel room, whether it was an efficiency within the realm of what the code would permit. If we are to step back at this time and look at what the town is trying to accomplish in spirit, our hope would be that we could look at these three parcels holistically, whether that would allow us to legally combine them as one parcel and treat them under the whatever requirements are adopted by the commissioners. But clearly, to compete in the marketplace we see today, our current plants are physically limited, and frankly, yes, if we were looking at it with a cold calculation towards the highest return on investment, and we look at the development of the houses that have been built that are frankly operating in some ways almost mini hotels, in our opinion, certainly with more bedrooms than what we could use on our parcel today, it frankly does become the sum of the parts is the parts are greater than the whole in some cases, and I don't think that is really the direction, at least as I read it, that you guys are trying to diversify the stock of, if you will, guest accommodations. So being able to look at these parcels as one under the code, even if that would require us to legally combine them, would certainly be for us. And I think other legacy owners may have similar issues where they had a parcel they operate and then they acquired one next to it. Maybe they never legally combined them, but at least to allow the board or the planning board or some process where that type of instance could be evaluated if the code is not to be amended in a way that allows hotels generally, but only allows legacy operators to operate. It's a nuance, but I think it's an important nuance that to look at the site holistically, if you will.
Thank you. I just wanted to establish that one was a condo project on a separate piece of property and one was a hotel project on a different piece of property, just for the sake of knowledge.
Correct. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Simpler? Anything further, Mr. Simpler? Any other comment?
Only again to express our gratitude for your consideration of these matters and to say, that our consideration of the opportunities for investment across the portfolio of places we have to invest. 12 months ago, I would have said that our focus was not on Nags Head in terms of where we would redirect our capital and our planning. Since the town has taken up this discussion, and if these changes were to go through, I would say that this project would leap from maybe off our planning board to potentially the top of our planning board, just because of our view that Nags Head is a great place to provide a hospitality experience to transient guests, and that the property opportunities we have here would probably be our number one priority. But thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simpler. Karen, do you have anybody else who has contacted you about comment on this item? All right, any other written comments or anything? Thank you very much. Mr. Zener, anything further from you at this point?
No, I don't think so. I'm happy to modify either of the text amendments on the fly as the board would like, and I can share my screen in doing so.
Or requests from the board at this time? Or do you wish to receive any other information before you begin deliberations?
Don't see any.
All right. Thank you very much. At this time, we will conclude the public hearing, and the board may begin its deliberations on those two proposals.
And we could begin by putting a motion on the floor or with general discussion. Pleasure of the board. Yes.
Comment, Mayor. I'm interested in pursuing the modifications that we've talked about, both in option 1 and option 2 that have been kind of lumped together. I'm currently not prepared to discuss anything that changes how we develop our oceanfront, other than talking about the current hotel situation.
Anyone else?
Approving this motion or this request doesn't open up the request to allow all oceanfronts. It only, in current state, allows for the modification of the current hotels.
Yes.
Correctly, everybody agrees with that?
Yes. As written. That's correct.
I would just say, I think I've stated my case. That doesn't mean I'm more than willing to try to accommodate, because I think, I've stated my piece. I don't, if majority of the board sees something that will further opportunities for some people, I'm more than willing to work toward that end as well.
I would agree. I think that, allowing these businesses to find a way to thrive, in today's market is a way to go. I think allowing total development of the oceanfront is another different discussion that would involve the entire town and a lot of public comment and input. I think this particular proposal has generated an awful lot of input because the buildings are there and people do want to see things thrive.
So on either of these, I was hearing consensus if the board wishes to adopt one of these. It sounded like relieving the density and the size limits was something the board was interested in. I believe that kind of modification would be appropriate for the ordinance that we have. And we can take action.
And what we have before us is a combination of what the staff and the planning board have been working on, as well as what the board directed that, is that not correct?
I believe the newest one is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, if I recall, the board direction was those hotels that had been deemed non-conforming and make them conform standards that have been in place. That's probably
Question. If we were to remove the size, the maximum size limit of a room or suite, is that a substantial change that would require another public hearing?
No, ma'am, that is not a substantive change, although it does have an impact, but it does not change the character of the ordinance.
No, I don't mean, I agree with you.
I'm going to put a motion on the floor.
okay. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the ordinance as presented today with one change, that we remove the limits on maximum sizes of rooms and suites.
Okay. I'm sorry, the ordinance of which you were referencing is an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Nags Head to allow hotels in the CR zoning district subject to supplemental regulations.
Yes. That was the second one, I believe, yes.
I have a motion and a second to adopt ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Nags Head, North Carolina to allow hotels in the CR zoning district subject to supplemental regulations with the is it all room sizes, including suites, room sizes?
With removing maximum room sizes.
Okay.
And density? Then you said density?
I didn't say density, but I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
So
What
that
did you
would-
say? What? I'm sorry.
Density and room size.
So that would be to approve this with, removing the density standard, removing the maximum unit size room, removing the maximum unit size efficiency, and removing the maximum unit size for suite. Am I reading that correctly?
You are, sir.
Can I show the board a markup and just to help?
Can I get the second one?
Friendly amendment. So moved.
Yes, Michael.
Unless Michael has to do, I think Michael has to move that for the record.
So under density, instead of this long sentence, there would be a none. Under unit size for room, none. Under unit size efficiency, none. Under unit size suite, none.
Can you blow that up just a little bit?
Yes, sorry, let me do that. So again, under density, it would be none. Unit size room, none. Unit size efficiency, none. And unit size suite, none.
I believe that's not correct, Michael. That was not to strike the minimum sizes, was to strike the maximum sizes.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, you could just, is that consistent with the motion as you recorded it? That it was only to strike the maximum?
That's what I've got, is maximum.
Very good, thank you. I just wasn't sure. I wanted to make sure.
Just a question. Michael, if you can hear me, do we base parking standards off of the room size?
Bear with me 1 second. I don't believe we do.
Good.
You may be able to still see my my screen. So for hotels, actually, for hotels, so you're required one parking space for each hotel unit without kitchen facilities, 1.2 parking space for each unit with kitchen facilities. And then there's other parking requirements for associated accessory areas.
Thank you.
We have the amended motion and a second on the floor. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Just for public record, can we identify that the increase in density or the room size does not affect the overall size, height of the building and structure?
Yes, all of those provisions remain in effect.
Does the amendment motion become the motion, or was it because it was a friendly amendment that became the motion?
It'd be best to have that motion voted on so that the original motion is properly amended.
And does the board want to consider taking action to deny the original proposed text amendment?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to
Remove the original.
yeah, that would be or to deny the original ordinance, which was titled an ordinance amending the code of ordinances of the town of Nags Head pertaining to non-conforming hotels and accessory uses to pre-existing fishing piers. That is the
Correct.
the motion to deny that. I'm confirming with the motion. The title of the original ordinance was the ordinance pertaining to non-conforming hotels and accessory uses to pre-existing fishing piers.
Correct.
And your motion is to deny that.
Correct.
Second is to deny that. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Correct. Did you see a defect in the previous motion?
I think it was a motion to ratify the original motion as amended.
Right. So, but we can circle back to that after taking this vote?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought that's what we did, but that's fine. We'll check the box twice. So the motion on the floor is to deny the ordinance amending the code of ordinances of the town of Nags Head pertaining to non-conforming hotels and accessory uses to pre-existing fishing piers. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Now it's my understanding that a motion to ratify the previous amended motion
Previous motion as amended.
as amended. Be in order.
So moved.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lighting, for your help there.
Yes, sir.
Take a recess before we go to the next item. So the board will be in recess for about 10 minutes or so. Okay, the board has returned from its break, and the next item on our agenda is the third public hearing, item F3, for text amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance regarding lighting. And I'm calling you once again, Mr. Lighting.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. At this time, we will begin the public hearing to consider text amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance that pertain to outdoor lighting and lighting for signage. Again, this is a legislative matter. We'll begin by receiving the staff analysis presented by Planning and Development Director, Michael Zena.
Thank you, board. Don't know if you can hear me. I think Karen will need to start my video. But at the board's February 3rd meeting, staff had made a presentation on a study. All right, hold on one second. Staff had made.
We can't hear you, by the way.
You can?
We can't hear you, Ann. Okay, thank you.
So at the board's February 3rd meeting, staff had made a presentation on a review of the town's outdoor lighting regulations and best practices, primarily focused on ensuring that they were consistent with kind of evolutions in lighting technology, going to more LED fixtures that we are seeing. And based upon that recommendation, the board directed staff to work on amendments addressing some deficiencies in current regulations. So working with the planning board, primarily the focus of the amendments before the board pertain to the lighting of wall signs, the lighting of roof signs, specifications associated with external illumination of signs, and technical limits on LED lights and parking lot lights. Following a discussion, the planning board voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the amendments as presented. And I'll do a quick screen share and walk the board through the text amendment. So the first provision, this would essentially break up essentially a current long paragraph in terms of what is allowed for wall signage. We've kept much of the existing language, all of the existing language, but added a third paragraph essentially indicating that individual wall signs with an area of 50 square feet or greater shall not be internally illuminated. Such signs may be externally illuminated or reverse lit. Additionally, in the case of multiple wall signs associated with any singular business tenant, no combined sign area 50 square feet or greater shall be internally illuminated. Such sign area may be externally illuminated or reverse lit. And the board may recall from the presentation we gave about lighting, internally illuminated signs are generally internally illuminated channel letter signs where the sign face is translucent, allowing light to pass through the sign face. And I think some of the issues that we saw in the community and expressed by the board, both the planning board and the board of commissioners, were potential excessive lighting associated with wall signs, whether by their size or by their number, may present conditions that were undesirable. So here, if you have a wall sign that is less than 50 square feet, you can internally illuminate it. If you have multiple wall signs that the total aggregate square footage is greater than 50 square feet, any sign area above 50 square feet could not be internally illuminated. That does not mean you cannot light the sign, but any sign that's over 50 square feet in size would have to be either externally illuminated or reverse lit. So the external illumination is going to be commonly with those gooseneck style lights. Reverse lit, as the board may recall, is also called halo or indirectly lit, where the sign face is opaque and the light is going to create a halo border effect around the letters of the sign. And there are some examples of those of reverse lit signs in the town and in other communities here on the Outer Banks. So that's the first provision. The second would similarly address the lighting of roof signs. Again, clarifying that individual roof signs cannot be internally illuminated. Individual roof signs greater than 50 square feet cannot be internally illuminated, but they must be externally illuminated or reverse lit. There was a provision also included about external lighting for roof signs being required to be lit from the top down to avoid glare and sky illumination. We're deleting that here, but because we're also inserting that and making it a little bit broader and clearer in the outdoor lighting provisions later on in the amendment. Under Part 3 of the amendment, so this is actually amending Section 10.34 of the Outdoor Lighting Ordinance. And this would add a regulation, a standard for LED lights, where the lamp, the light fixture cannot have a correlated color temperature in excess of 3,000 Kelvin. And the board may recall, again, from the lighting presentation, that the higher the Kelvin number for the correlated color temperature, the whiter, if not bluer, the light is going to be, versus a lower Kelvin number, the warmer that color is going to be, or the color of the light is going to be. And, you know, most of the high pressure sodium and mercury vapor lights, really more high pressure sodium lights, are going to be even below 3,000 Kelvin. And it's really my opinion that a lot of the negative reaction to LED lights when they are installed is this change in the correlated color temperature, where usually you're going from a correlated color temperature of 3,000, if not 2,700, to an LED light that is going to be, you know, whiter, almost proposing to be daylight conditions, which is going to have a correlated color temperature of 4,000, if not greater. Again, amending the outdoor lighting section 10.37.1. This would establish a maximum lumens level for any individual light fixture used in a parking lot of 9,500 initial lamp lumens. So this standard is intended to address the intensity of the light, primarily at the light source, and hopefully work to address some of the concerns we heard about the glow effect of those LED lights when they're installed. So working in combination, we hope that the correlated color temperature requirement and the initial lumen limit will help address some of the jarring effects of some of these LED light conversions. And again, section 10.37.6.2, so this is where we would roll in the provision about using external lighting for signage. We're going to require that anytime you're going to use external illumination for signs, that it be downlit only using full cutoff fixtures with the light fixture mounted above the sign. Formerly, we did allow, as you can see here, for floodlights illuminating signs from the ground to be pointed upwards, and that does contribute to some problems. But we felt like we needed to clarify this because of the former provision in the roof sign, and to also clarify how you would be required to light externally illuminated wall signs. And then for light fixtures used for external illumination of signs, we're requiring that they not have lamps that produce more than 75 watts or 1100 lumens. And we still have the required foot candle limitation. The only other aspect of this would be 4 new definitions. Again, a definition for correlated color temperature, a definition for reverse lit that's describing that type of lighting condition, a definition for externally illuminated sign, and the definition for internally illuminated sign. I think these amendments are very focused on some of the conditions, some of the negative conditions, undesirable conditions that the board and the public and the planning board had shared with staff. And I think, at least from the planning board's perspective, they would have an interest in revisiting some of the lighting regulations in total related to this. We are working with Dominion, as we reported to the board separately, about streetlight conversions. And that's something that we've not addressed here, that the town does have standards for streetlights that also would need to be updated at some point in the future. So I think the goal here would be to address these principal issues, these principal concerns, and then probably come back at some point in the future to address other aspects of lighting in the community. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions, Mr. Sears?
Michael, with the changes to 10.24.2.4.1 and 10.36.6.2, how many current businesses, structures, commercial, would you be putting into non-conforming?
Yeah, we didn't do that analysis, so I could not give you an answer. I'm sure there would be quite a few that would be considered non-conforming, but the way the non-conforming provisions work is it would allow them to maintain that existing condition. They could even replace spaces on the signs, but if it became a new structure, they would have to bring it into compliance. And it's not often, in my experience, that we see an existing business with an existing sign, wall sign or roof sign, that we see that sign changed over where the business is not also changing. Usually a business that has an existing wall sign, that sign stays there for numbers of years. And it wouldn't become an issue unless a new business were to be moving in and they would have a new sign, obviously.
Other questions? Anything further, Michael?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Did any member of the public contact you, Karen, commenting, or did we receive anything in writing?
I have one comment that just came in, I'll get ready to get right now.
Is it this one?
Karen Rader?
Yes.
Okay. The only one I see.
There was one public comment submitted on this topic. It's from Karen Reeder. I'm aware that the issue at hand involves commercial outdoor lighting concerns, yet the same concerns should follow suit for residential lighting. My new neighbor at 305 West Soundside Road is a builder and, in my opinion, is treating this other home of theirs in Dare County as partly commercial. I've sent pictures of my concerns to Michael Zahner on 12/2/2020. All of the interior and exterior lighting at this home are LED lights with the intense brightness. The parking/driveway lighting stays on past midnight at minimum every night. The Dark Sky Initiative for Nags Head is being completely erased, and With the allowance of their lighting, it is especially worrisome due to the location of these lights also affecting wildlife across the street at Justice Ridge State Park. If you look at the picture sent to Mr. Zahner, you will see I no longer have any darkness, no matter the time of night. The entire east side of my property is lit up. I am unable to block the light from entering all bedroom and living area windows. Again, I have not seen any other residential area have to accept this amount and intensity of light. Please follow the recommendations for all of Nags Head. A visible, and this is in quotes, excuse me, a visible and dark night sky maintained by lighting that is minimal and carefully designed. Signage that provides adequate communication but does not dominate the landscape. Land use provision 16, preserve the dark night sky through implementation and enforcement of quality lighting fixtures and codes, dark sky education, and citizen support. Thank you.
We don't control residential lighting, do we? I mean, I guess I asked Michael, I mean, if somebody puts up a residential lighting, do we control any bleeding over onto a neighbor's property?
So the outdoor lighting ordinance does not specifically indicates it's not applicable to residential property. It does allude to residential lighting being addressed as a nuisance. And that's how we've approached it in the past, that, in conditions where a residential light fixture is directed at an abutting property, we've focused on whether or not that's a nuisance condition. We don't. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying generally, if it is a nuisance, that's generally, it's in our code, but it's generally a two-party issue between the property owners, correct?
It can be, that's right, that, if we're unable to make a clear determination that it constitutes a nuisance, the property owner can unilaterally, I believe, pursue legal action.
There would be a civil claim available for that. Any other information? Actually, does the board wish to receive any other information before you begin your deliberations? Or any other questions for Mr. Zahner? If not, we will conclude the public hearing at this time, and the board may begin its deliberations on this proposed estimate.
Couple of things. In my recollection of our discussion when we directed staff to this work of this ordinance is that we were not interested at this point in regulating residential lighting under the ordinance. I recall that discussion at that. Second, I want to thank Michael and staff for this is because of the nature of the problem. This is a very technical issue, and that I felt as though they did a good job of addressing the various issues. Color lighting, lighting color is a new problem, relatively new problem. The old prohibition against neon lights just doesn't cut it anymore. It's more complex than that, and I appreciate the way they dealt with it. And I'll ask if there are any comments or if someone wants to make a motion.
Comments first, if I might.
Yes.
The letter that we received today, one of the facets of that letter talks about residential. If you look at our UDO on page 2 of 8 of the memo we got, LU-16C, talks about exploring the feasibility of minimum regulations for residential properties. We have chosen not to have those standards unless the public has a strong inclination to bring something forward. That would be on them to bring it forward, I think, to show interest in it. I do appreciate the work the staff has done on this. I mean, I brought the issue forward, and I think they've done a lot of technical work. I still ignorant. I don't know how strong 9,500 lumens is in relationship to, say, the LED street lights that we put up or crosswalks. I'm not sure that's okay. I think we need to move forward on this issue. Prevent more bleed over all the way over to Roanoke Island from certain businesses. I wish we could go in and change that one now.
Yep.
Can they be, Michael, can they be held in violation if they're bleeding all the way over to the next island?
We've looked at that site. I think from a glare perspective, we've done what we can to address their parking lot lights. The difficulty.
These are the building lights.
Say that again.
They're the building lights. They're not the parking lot. These are the signs on the building themselves, not their parking lot lights.
Right, and
you can read them.
The difficulty is that from the way we currently regulate and measure intensity of light, they unfortunately do comply because of the foot candle measurement of light.
The square footage is within the allowed square footage.
Is the square footage of that within the, I'm 99% sure that it is.
That's what I said you would.
Yeah.
The only issue I had was, there are some older establishments that use uplighting as light to light their signs. And is that something, or even spotlight their signs, is that something if we left some of that verbiage in with a restriction on kilowatt wattage like they have and lumens like they had, would that be a detriment?
Yeah.
I mean, you know better than any of the four of us sitting here because of your architectural background. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. I would like to see us ultimately eliminate uplighting on any kind of structure or sign.
So would that also eliminate landscape lighting on trees?
Not if it were residential. It would potentially if it were commercial, yes.
But there are commercial sites that do accent landscaping, so
they
get a gray area.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. And you get into whether you're, writing a provision and let it happen for vegetation and not buildings or something. I'm sorry, Webb.
I mean, I'm interested when you say uplighting, Soleil La Mer, whatever. What's your issue with uplighting? I mean, you say you're against uplighting, but can you give me a day?
It's contrary to the dark sky provision. I mean, in Nags Head, there's not enough of it yet. Really make it noticeable, but I mean, it's typical of all urban settings where you throw enough light in the sky at some point to have a visual impact.
Would this, not to interrupt you, sir, but would this affect residential neighborhoods? Because almost every residential neighborhood is lit with uplighting on their sign.
Well, the entrance to the villas is uplit. So I noticed it on my way to work this morning.
So is the village, so is the code. I think Village Realty is uplit on their sign. And I would much rather have that soft uplighting focused on the sign than I would a neon sign glowing. So, I mean.
Yes, that is.
So, I mean, how do you light that neighborhood sign if we get into some of these commercial structures, because that would be the next.
Yeah. Well.
And that's the reason I want to bring up the uplighting situation. Because if you start eliminating uplight and they can't, or if they change, for example, if Nags Head Code, which I've seen them meeting around their signs, change their sign and they have to go with something other than uplighting, what is that going to look like as you go down the street? Is it going to look like you went through KDH and there's the Walgreens sign, or is it going to look like a nice soft neighborhood sign?
Good question. Michael, if there's an uplit sign and the sign is replaced and the lighting is not touched, because a lot of times that's ground mounted or something else. And just the sign is replaced, would we require then, at that point, the elimination of because this is a lighting ordinance?
No, I don't believe if the lighting condition is not changed, then no, I don't believe they would be required to alter the manner, the type of lighting. I mean, I honestly feel from I think the mayor had mentioned from a dark night sky provision that, we should be discouraging uplighting. There's a lot of studies in terms of not just the impact on the natural environment from an aesthetic standpoint, from creating sky glow. And certainly we should have a concern and focus for the impact of lighting conditions and uplighting and sky glow related to sea turtle nesting. But when we talk about lighting of trees and landscaping, and I can get really far down the rabbit hole on this, but trees have a sleep cycle similar to humans, and they depend on the darkness, just like they depend on the daylight. And if you think about it from, animals that may live in the trees and live in vegetation, those are impacted as well. So those are considerations that I think need to be taken into account.
What is the board's wish? Do you want to pass it as is, or do you want to strike the uplight provision?
Yeah, I guess the other question would be, if any current lighting fixture was not made anymore at that point, that would, under what Michael's saying, require them to come to code or come up to the current ordinance. Is that correct, Michael?
Not simply because it wasn't made, but if there was a light fixture that was no longer operational, I suppose, and they needed to replace that light fixture, then hypothetically, yes, they would need to make sure that that was a compliant light fixture.
In that particular case, all these neighborhoods would have to completely restructure.
They'd have to find a way to mount a down light or go with an internally lighted sign. Understand the concern.
And I see nothing wrong with the uplighting for the neighborhood signs. I think it's like you said, it's soft, healing. I don't see a problem with that.
If somebody wants to make a motion for a modified ordinance.
I make a motion that we continue this to the next meeting and asking staff to bring us back another section that deals with uplighting and neighborhood signs. Can we do that, John?
That certainly continue. As far as, Michael, is there anything else in this proposed ordinance that relates specifically to just residential?
No. Generally that would be it. It would just be the provision regarding the external illumination of signs, and hypothetically that would apply to the external illumination of ground signs in residential districts. And that would be it.
Further tweaking that would not change the character of this ordinance. Not be a substantive change. So yes.
I think the request, the language that the board could choose to add to this ordinance.
So that it would not impact the residential. Anyway, I didn't get a second. So.
Second.
Okay.
Now that we've clarified it with the.
All right, so that's a motion and a second to table this
Continue.
to want to continue to specific, would that be our next regular meeting?
Our next monthly meeting, not again month meeting, but the first meeting, I guess, first meeting in May.
Right, to continue this to the first meeting in May, and that staff be directed to provide us additional language regarding the uplighting of neighborhood community signs. Discussion?
Can I ask a question before we go any further?
Yes.
I know that Mayor Pro Tem has brought up other signage such as uplighting of small commercial signage. Is there anything you want to add or amend to that?
No, I think uplighting covers not just residential, but the other, because this is broad. This is road.
Right, it is for signs, so,
Staff bring something up?
further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next item on our agenda is item G1, which is an update from the planning director, including the estuarine shoreline management plan. Michael?
Thank you. So, bear with me one second. So I provided the board with my director's report, and I'm happy to go into anything specifically. There's a few things I want to call the board's attention to. We provided you with the permitting report for the second and majority of the third quarter that just recently ended. And I think volumes are obviously up, but I think staff is maintaining our average review time, turnaround time for reviews being at or below an average of 5 business days. I had mentioned at the board's budget workshop about potentially mentioning this to the board about a dumpster conversion lot coverage exemption, and that staff, planning staff sees a need to start to work on an amendment that would work to exempt lot coverage associated with conversion of dumpsters from side load to front load. And if that's acceptable to the board, we'll work with the planning board on an amendment and come back to the board on that. And then finally, and Holly White is also available to answer any questions about this, but we presented you with a draft scope for the estuarine shoreline management plan. We were awarded $75,000 in Fish and Wildlife Foundation grant funds for this project. We have a total budget of approximately $150,000 available, which includes some portion of in-kind staff time. But we're excited about advancing this project. We have circulated the scope to some of the stakeholders that we've been working with, including Soundside property owners, Ralph Buxton and Mike Kelly, representatives of the Nature Conservancy, and also Reed Corbett with the Coastal Studies Institute. And they did return some comments to us, nothing that changes the scope appreciably. You know, they wanted some clarity about what would constitute a living shoreline. Wanted to make sure that we could look at retrofitting existing conditions, or at least treatment for retrofitting existing conditions that may be bulkheaded with living shorelines and how that may function. Looking at alternatives beyond living shorelines. What if an area is not suitable for a living shoreline treatment? What type of treatment may be appropriate for that area? Clarification that we're focusing on all properties, public and privately owned properties along the town's estuarine shoreline, and how those shorelines can be, and the use of the properties can be more resilient. And just some technical clarifications. So I think, again, those thoughts that we received, the feedback we received are consistent with the scope before the board, and we hope you'll find that to be appropriate. One of the things that we call out in the scope is whether or not the board would like to have a representative to any stakeholder committee, and you certainly don't have to make that decision now, but given the scope of this, it may be helpful to have a board member engaged as part of this project. And once we, begin, I expect that we would be able to release the RFQ for the estuarine shoreline management plan sometime in May if the board finds this acceptable, and we expect it will be an 18 to 24 month process, including the release of the RFQ. So again, I'm happy to answer any questions about that scope or anything else contained in my director's report.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions for Michael?
I offer my services as a board member if needed.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Commissioner Fuller volunteered when we needed.
Very good.
Any other questions for Michael? I thought the scope for the shoreline management plan is appropriate. Michael's asking us to ratify that. I believe so. Motion might be in order.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second to approve the scope for the estuarine shoreline management plan. Any discussion? Seeing none, then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. All right, so thank you, Michael. We look forward to that plan moving forward. One question, while this came up briefly in the lighting discussion, you've spoken before of Dominion retrofitting some of their street lights, and I'm wondering, are there some of those in place where we could get locations so that the board can go have a peek at those, see what they look like?
There are, and there's kind of two lines of communication with them on this. So there are some LED lights that they've converted, and we can provide you with those locations. We need to determine the specs for those and make sure that we're pointing you to different ones. But yes, we can do that. And then another avenue of communication with them, they are open to allowing for some of the streetlights that are in close proximity to the ocean front of being converted to an amber light, which is more friendly for turtle nesting. So that's something that we're also looking into in terms of whether or not what fixtures are visible from the ocean beach that may warrant that. And they've indicated they're open to just installing the different amber, I believe it's 2 to 3 different amber fixtures that they have, to see how we like them, whether we find them suitable, and then whether or not we want to allow them to convert those lights that are visible from the ocean front to those amber lights. So we can definitely bring something back to the board on that.
Mayor, I could offer you a place to look at one.
Okay.
We could convert a sodium vapor Dominion light to LED right up on the ocean front, or at the end of my driveway.
At the end of your driveway.
At the end of the driveway, and it does not bleed over past the first line of stabilization.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is consideration to request improving an existing paper street known as 4th Street or West Coastal Way. I'm going to ask the board to recuse me from this item and ask Mayor Pro Tem Sears to serve. I am serving as a consultant to the property owner with the possibility of designing structures and
Motion to recuse the mayor.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Public hearing, it's just a matter of, but.
All right, Michael, can you explain consideration to improve the existing business on 4th Street?
Sure, happy to. So we've been working with the property owner of 6 vacant lots that abut this paper street known as 4th Street, which is immediately south of the Coastal Villas subdivision, recently approved, and immediately north of the Nags Head Post Office. The owner is Ca Beach, CABEACH LLC. And basically, bear with me 1 second. Cabalan or Ann Cabalbaum is the owner or representative of Ca Beach LLC, and John DeLucia and Mike Morway with Albemarle and Associates are here as her design professionals that have been working on this. But essentially, they're asking for the town's approval, the board's approval of the presented design for improving the street right-of-way, creating the street. In this case, the street would connect to the new street being constructed in Coastal Villas. By doing that, it would eliminate the need for the cul-de-sac. They had proposed a temporary cul-de-sac at the end of that street, and the street would run through and loop back around to 158, where it would have a right in and right out only, which we understand in the preliminary review comments from North Carolina DOT that would be a requirement for this intersection. The street name would go from 4th Street to be a continuance of West Coastal Way, which is the street name that was settled on for Coastal Villas. We also continued the address numbering. All of that is depicted on the plans that were provided to the board. We went through a couple of instances or a couple rounds of review, and the owner and her engineers were very responsive in returning those comments to us. Revised plans responding to our comments. We've also been in communication with the town attorney. What we would suggest in terms of staff's recommendation is that the board authorize the improvements to the right-of-way as proposed, that you also indicate that that approval be memorialized in an agreement to be executed between the town and Ca Beach LLC, stipulating the following, and that you authorize the town manager to execute such an agreement on behalf of the town. What we would, at least the 2 stipulations is, one, that prior to the town's acceptance of improvements, Ca Beach LLC shall properly convey an easement to the town with Nags Head Construction to encompass the reconstructed water line running east-west along the northern property line common between the 2 properties. And to coincide with a future request to dedicate improvements within the right-of-way to the town, Ca Beach LLC shall present a quitclaim deed to the town for all portions of the right-of-way not determined to be currently owned by the town. So moving forward, we would expect that once the improvements are complete, that they would be presented back to the board for final acceptance. And as part of that, we are suggesting that the owner be required to officially dedicate those improvements and convey the right-of-way to the town to clarify the ownership status of the right-of-way. Happy to answer any questions or defer to maybe John or Mike Morway, and they can provide any additional information to the board.
Questions for Michael?
I have a question. Is it really necessary to have another curb cut since they're going to connect to the West Coastal Way street, which already has a curb cut?
Well, physically, I think part of the answer to that, I suppose, is that there's an existing right-of-way that accommodates that curb cut, and that's what they're proposing to improve. To not have that would likely require a turnaround of some sort, where there's not sufficient right-of-way in my opinion, to accommodate something like that. And I think that would be, I think that would presume some expectation that there would be a reduction in the number of lots. I think it's a valid question. You know, does the board want to allow for this second curb cut? But I think that's also an important point. So if this property were not subdivided into 6 lots today and they had an aggregate piece of property, they would be required to put in a street and shared curb cut as currently exists. None of those lots would be able to directly access their driveways to 158. So this condition that exists is really what the code, what our subdivision regulations would require today. And I think it is also important to consider that because this does or would connect to the new street with coastal villas, that does serve for exiting traffic either from these 6 properties or the 17 lots to be broken up, that presumably vehicles that are traveling southbound may exit at this new intersection versus the intersection further north. Potentially vehicles maybe will be less inclined to try to make a left-hand turn to travel north, and they can maybe find a better and safer way to exit the community as well.
I don't see that right turn in, right turn out, much as we like to think they work, they don't. They're not, the pork chop needs to be almost like a wall to keep people from exiting left.
Hey, Pertain, I have a question for Michael.
Yes.
The proposed curb cut is, can you tell me approximately how far north of Deering Street it would be?
Sure, bear with me 1 second. So from the southern edge, it's approximately 240 feet.
Mr. Brinkley,
Yes, sir, thank you.
would anybody like to hear from Mr. DeLucia?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. DeLucia.
There was a lot of discussion early on. Michael is correct. There really isn't room to do a turnaround on this piece of property, especially since the right-of-way and the lots are of record and part of the old hotel lot subdivision that was recorded back in the early 1900s. We had a lot of discussion with NCDOT. Everyone is of the agreement that it should only be a right in and a right out with a larger pork chop, if you will. It provides some additional safety concerns as far as access in and out of the subdivision. As you recall, when the subdivision to the north was not considering putting the roadway in, it was being an awful long drive to bring all that traffic through the back neighborhood. So everyone sort of felt that this was probably the best solution for an existing condition that is kind of unique in the town. I don't know that we have any other parcels that have parts of old right-of-ways in them that have this kind of configuration and this kind of restrictions on them.
Any questions, Mr. DeLucia? Michael, I have 2 questions. Did you say that the developer will be putting the sidewalk back, replacing the water line before they turn it over to the town?
That's correct. That's part of their scope of work is reinstituting the multi-use path. And one of the comments from David Ryan was on the design of that connection. So I can assure you, David was very detailed in ensuring that that was put back as intended.
Thank you. Anybody make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve as presented with the stipulations requested by the planning department and adding a further stipulation. At such time as the bike path is out of service, that it will be roped off with lights accordingly at night so people do not fall into a path that doesn't exist anymore.
Second that motion.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Yeah. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay. We get the mayor back?
I'd like to make a motion that the mayor be allowed back.
Second.
Thank you.
4-0.
I think it's a shame to break up a brand new bike path. But I guess it has to be done, but they should make sure safety rules.
That makes me wonder where it's already broken apart. Do they have any lighting out there?
No,
Well,
wasn't even roped off originally.
And would that be, will our bike path be gone throughout the construction of that project?
It's supposed to be put in when the new ramp is put in for beach driving at the.
No, I think the expectation is that they'll reconstitute the connection in the next 3 weeks or so.
Michael, isn't there some sort of public safety measure that can be taken with coastal villas as well, that should be roped off, signed off, and do some sort of lighting out there so people at night do not, or should they not be held legally liable if people get hurt?
You know, it wasn't a condition upon them, but maybe I can work with David Ryan and we can figure out something. We've got some communication that we need to, we have due to them anyway. So we can see if we can't figure out a good option.
Either that or we should update our ordinances that anytime anybody takes out a section of bike path, here's what they have to do to maintain public safety.
Understood.
One come back. Mayor doesn't want to come back.
Where's the mayor?
I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry, that's why you went in there.
No, I want to get the turn.
Thank you, sir.
We now find ourselves at item G3, which is consideration of a preliminary plat. My guess is that may take a little bit of time. And I would suggest to the board that this would be an appropriate point to break for lunch. Pleasure.
Works for me.
Okay. And I think lately we've been angling toward about an hour and a half. 1:30. 30. Okay. Then the board will be in a lunchtime recess until 1:30 p.m. Good afternoon. The Board of Commissioners has returned from its lunch break. Michael Zahner, are you available to begin?
So I am, Kelly is actually presenting this one, and I believe she is also available.
Thank you. While Kelly is gearing up, I would like to ask the board, we do have significant additional comment regarding the Soundside Road access. And we have that discussion as item H2. And what we had said at the beginning of the meeting was I would read this additional comment under my agenda. It would seem the board would better be informed by that comment before we have that discussion. So I would suggest that at the right before new business that we read the record.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Before you start with this, Mayor, I'd like to ask to be excused on this. I was involved in a transaction that allowed Mrs. Barr to purchase this property, and just for that, I would not like to be associated with this decision.
Okay. Motion to
So moved. Motion to excuse. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Excused? Was there anything, did everybody vote aye?
I voted aye.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear.
Quiet. Quiet.
Thank you. Okay, Kelly, thank you. We're ready?
Yes, thank you.
Kelly, let me know if you need me to screen share anything for you.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Okay, so what I'm presenting today is a preliminary plat for major subdivision of a 4.06 acre property located on the west side of Villa Dunes Drive. This parcel is split zoned between SED 80 and SPD 20. There is an aerial within your package, and I just want to note that the line that's splitting that parcel, it is not associated with the subdivision or the zoning. That's actually the right-of-way for Old Nags Head Woods Road. The proposal is for 2 lots. Proposed lot 4A is approximately 2.84 acres in area and is split zoned between the SED 80 and the SPD 20. This parcel does meet the dimensional requirements for the SED 80 district, which is the more stringent district. The UDO states that the required lot width of 200 feet within the SED 80 district can be obtained at the building line. And you'll note on the plat that that's actually shown where they do have that 200-foot lot width. And at over 2 acres, it does have the required 80,000 square feet of lot area. Proposed lot 4B is approximately 1.22 acres, and it is located entirely within the SPD 20 district. And it also meets the requirements of the SPD 20, the dimensional requirements. It has the required 100-foot lot width at Villa Dunes Drive, and has well over the 20,000 square feet of lot area required. As I mentioned earlier, South Old Nags Head Woods Road does bisect the property, but the applicant is not proposing to utilize this right-of-way. She's proposing to access from West Villa Dunes Drive. And those 2 lots would be proposed to be accessed via a shared driveway. A request of this nature would typically be considered as a minor subdivision. However, as part of the original approval of the plat, which is titled the Division for Ralph Buxton et al., there was a condition that was included which precluded further division of the 4-lot subdivision. Obviously, the request that you have before you today would result in the creation of a new lot. And thus, we believe it would be elevated to the major subdivision review process. And as part of that, a request to remove or modify the condition could be considered by the Board of Commissioners. Staff understands that the condition prohibiting the additional lots was based upon a waiver request that was granted because the properties lacked frontage along a public street, as West Villa Dunes Drive was a private street at that time and it was not maintained by the town. Conditions have since changed. Villa Dunes Drive is now a public street. It is constructed to town standards, and with the proposed 2 lots meeting the current dimensional requirements for each district, staff doesn't believe that there would be a similar waiver required or necessary at this time for the proposed 2-lot division. I won't delve into the procedural requirements and conditions. We've outlined those in your package, but I would just confirm that the applicant has gone through the initial conference, the preliminary sketch, and has sought review and recommendation from the planning board, as is required by the UDO. With regard to the regulatory and design requirements, again, I won't take up a lot of time reading it all back to you, but we've outlined how this submittal and the plat does meet the requirements for contents of the plat, the enumerated improvements, and compliance with lot standards. Also in your staff report, we've outlined policy considerations of this tract of land and the proposed parcels that are being requested. Those are located in the conservation area and within the significant natural character area of the comprehensive plan. The plan notes that the intent of the SPD 20 district is to promote low-density residential development and residential uses that protect and preserve natural topography and vegetation. And similarly, the intent of the SED 80 district is to permit low-density residential development with encouragement of open spaces. The regulations in place for these districts are intended to be implemented by these policies. So with the proposed division complying with these regulations, staff does believe that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Staff is of the opinion that the preliminary plat, with the conditions that we've noted, complies with the applicable requirements, and therefore staff does recommend approval of the preliminary plat as it's been presented. Modifying the condition that was previously imposed to preclude further division of the lot to allow this division and only this division without further action. So as part of your conditions that we have noted there, the first one, an easement for a driveway access to lot 4A across lot 4B shall be provided with a separate instrument recorded at the Register of Deeds. Number 2, that in addition to the requirements of section 11.5, general standards for residential and duplex development, the developments of both lots, 4A and 4B individually, shall demonstrate compliance with section 11.6.2 with that higher standards controlling with compliance related to stormwater management and providing a stormwater plan. I apologize, we do want the board to consider a third condition. It was in the body of the staff report, but we didn't spell it out. But we would like the board, if you're inclined to approve this request, to include a condition that there be, specifically a condition that there not be any further division within the subdivision, so that this approval does not remove or eliminate the original subdivision restriction. It would be modifying it for the addition of this lot, but it doesn't leave the door open for any future divisions without also coming back to the board. When the planning board met on March 16th, they voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the preliminary plat for the 2-lot subdivision with the conditions that staff has noted. We did have one planning board member recuse herself due to also having property in the same proximity. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Brian Rubino from Quibble and Associates is available, as well as the applicant Louisa Farr. I think she is also on the Zoom. Should you have questions for them? Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Kelly?
I have two questions, and then we'll have discussion later, I guess.
Yes.
Two questions on the plat that was provided us. It shows a division between SPD 20 and SED 80, but it shows that that wasn't surveyed. Are you of the mind that that is where the actual line is?
So we had some information in-house with some survey information, which we provided to Brian Rubino. I can't certify that it's accurate. I think that it would be understandable if the board wanted to include that condition that the final plat have that distinction between the two zoning districts clarified on the final plat.
Right now, we have somebody's guess to where that line is. We don't have any data that specifically identifies where that line is.
Kelly, I can jump in on that.
Sure.
I think it's a close approximation to what we show on the zoning map. And I believe, and Brian may be able to respond to this as well. I believe we were able to find some records that provide a meets and bounds description of that line. And we did share those with Brian. So maybe he can explain what led him to show the location of the line. But again, if you compare that location of that line to the zoning map, they are roughly approximate. And I believe the town code does address determinations as to the fixing of lines. And I'm happy to get back to you about what that language says, but I would defer to Brian as well and for any thoughts he may have.
Sure, I'm happy to speak to that. So we did receive a shape file from the town staff. And so we used the data that was provided and also compared it to the existing lot lines. So that shape file was consistent with that there's a boundary line that's part of lot 4A on its southern end. And so, you know, since that shape file or any zoning information that we've gotten from the town or from other sources doesn't have any survey monumentation or pins associated with it, this is kind of the way we traditionally do it. So we'll obtain the shape files and put it in, but it doesn't have, those shape files don't have like monuments that connect the zones throughout the town. So it's a little bit of there's not a way to really survey it in without installing monuments. And if we did it here, you know, I'm not sure that that's been done elsewhere, but we feel like that zoning line is consistent with what we obtained from the town and also from the property lines.
Take a question, but can I ask my first question again?
Yes.
Is there any definitive answer from town staff that we know where SED 80 begins and SPD 20 begins? Other than what we've already heard, which isn't a definitive answer, it's the best guess.
Well, I think staff is charged, and this is Michael Zahner as the town's Director of Planning and Development and UDO Administrator. Town staff is charged with making that administrative determination. And based on what's been provided, we're confident that it's an accurate depiction of the zoning district. But I think, as Ms. White indicated, if the board wishes, we can certainly impose a condition that requires the applicant to fix that line with survey information on the final plat.
That begs a question how does staff make an interpretation that an action by the board that's specific? I don't get that. I mean, you don't determine where the line is. The line's where the board set it.
Yeah, my response was based on reviewing the records when that line was established. And also when the town adopts its official zoning map, it also confirms the town's, the boundaries of the zoning districts. And based on those documents, we're required to administer the regulations consistent with those documents. And I believe, based upon our review of what has been submitted, that it's an accurate depiction. And again, if the board wishes to impose a condition that requires the applicant to fix that location of that boundary, based upon, you know, any records that we have available, I think that's more than reasonable to do.
May I ask a second question?
Yes.
I don't see it on the request, but in the bowels of the information that was provided to us, somewhere there was some reference to abandoning portions of Nags Head Woods Road. My question is there any request to abandon any portion of Nags Head Woods Road?
There is not.
There was some statement on something about how Ms. Farr would abandon that to Stan White or Stanford White. And I don't know what that meant or why it was in there.
Yeah, there's no intention.
Okay, there's nothing that affects Nags Head Woods Road in any way in this request?
No, sir.
Okay.
Including the building, does that include the building pad? That it does not impact the road in any way?
Correct, it does. So on lot 4B, we did go ahead and have them show the building envelope from both directions of the road, from the west side of the road and the east side of the road, just to make sure. But correct, the building envelope, the front yard, rear yard, and side yard setbacks have all been taken into account. So you have your 30-foot front yard setback coming from either side of South Old Nags Head Woods Road, so it would not be impacted.
The only questions I have, folks.
Okay. In that case, how does since we've asked questions and we've heard the staff presentation, what is the board's wish with how to proceed? Do you want general discussion, or does someone want to propose a motion? Anyway.
And I've got discussion, if I'm not prepared, if I make a motion, it'll be to deny.
Okay.
So, either we can go for discussion first or a motion.
I'm going to be to deny as well. Glad to make the motion.
In that case, well, do that. I'm curious as to the reason for recommending denial.
I make a motion that we deny the request to further subdivide this property based on the fact that the board has already decided back in the 80s that no further subdivision of properties could be allowed.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second discussion, I took it embodied in your motion, the reason for the motion.
You did.
I haven't heard any information presented that would say that that can be set aside.
Well, other than the board choosing to set it aside for the purpose of what the board believes to be.
Why would, and excuse me, I'm ignorant to this, so just, why would we
Okay.
set aside something that was already said and that restriction was already on the property? What would be our reason for doing so?
And I'd add that if you look at what's presented and showing 2 building lots and the fact that the current staff is proposing another thing that say it can't be further subdivided, but a board 5 years from now can come back and be answering the exact same questions we're asking.
That occurred to me when that mention was made.
Because we have, and I'll go through my spiel if I may. We have historically allowed Nags Woods Road as a town road for people to subdivide. Particularly, like, if you go back and look at the Rodman-Clyburn subdivision, that was done off of Nags Woods Road, and all those to the north were done off Nags Woods Road. So we have recognized that is a public right-of-way, and as long as you got enough frontage on Nags Woods Road, you can subdivide the property. Second, I happen to be intimately involved when this came about, and to get into a couple of discussions. Villa Dunes Road was a open to the public road. The public had the right to drive up and down. It was not a private road. It was open to the public. It had never been dedicated to the public, nor accepted by the town, but it was an open road to the public to drive on. And it wasn't until the residents petitioned the town to have the town take over, and that was done with the residents. It required over 50% of the property owners and over 50% of the linear road frontage by both ways. And then the residents paid to have it made public and offered it to the town, and then the town took it over. The request that came about in 85 or whatever, the first request really was to consider this through a various process that it be a public street, not be recognized as a private street. And the board entertained that motion and agreed to it, argued that this was never a subdivision, but it was a recombination of lots. There were 4 lots to begin with. There are 4 lots that are there now. And only lot lines changed. No additional lots were created, nor was any acreage added or subtracted. So it was a recombination of lots. That was done to get road frontage for the lots, because one of the lots went all the way down Villa Dunes, the other ones had no road frontage. So the board entertained various requests to allow that road frontage. The important part at that time, and I think we're sitting here today looking at 2 things. One's a legal and one is a legislative. The legal thing is what's presented meet all the legal requirements? Absolutely. But as far as legislative goes, the board at that time, and I would think this may hadn't changed, was to limit the amount of building in Nags Head Woods. And part of the negotiations between the developer and the town was that these properties would not be further subdivided. And I think that holds true today, that unless we've changed our value, then we should not move to subdivide it further. I mean, we would be increasing that subdivision or adding another like either 25% or 20% over what was originally intended.
And so just hi, I'm Lauren Marple. I'm filling in for you today for John Lighty on this item. And I just want to add from a legal perspective, I don't know that initial process was really qualified as a recombination, maybe, and from a legal definition perspective, the application of the procedure followed for that initial Buxton subdivision was in fact a subdivision. They filed under that section of the ordinance at that time. That was the procedure that was followed in the variance from the subdivision ordinance section. So from a legal perspective, I'm of the opinion that it was in fact a subdivision initially. Now, but for this condition being on the plat from that variance request, this kind of request would normally be a minor administrative decision. And so the only reason it's before you is because of that condition. So I just wanted to clarify that I believe that first initial process was in fact a subdivision. It's the procedure that was followed. I don't know that it makes really any difference for you today, other than this is here as a subdivision request. I would concur that legally this is an appropriate request before you. There's nothing illegal about them asking to remove this condition or have this subdivision approved, but it is in your discretion to make that decision.
Thank you, and thank you for those remarks, because it clarifies for me that the essential consideration today is the reason that it's before us. It's not whether the division meets any technical requirements or obstructs the road or anything else about the discussion. It is simply, are we willing to relieve that prohibition against further subdivision or not?
Right, and in the staff report, I mean, it sets forth the different considerations and the policy considerations set forth about what the board can consider in regards to that. I will note that the minute in the staff report, and Kelly kind of went through this and referenced the sections in her staff report, but it does reference the fact that this condition was put in place, and that the minutes they attached in your packet, everybody get a copy of this minute, that from staff perspective, that at the time that this condition was put in place, that it was not, the issue was frontage as part of the subdivision, and we're putting a condition to have them not subdivide any further. So that was in the staff report, and I didn't hear Kelly specifically address that, but that was in your packet regarding the minutes from the meeting where that subdivision was actually approved and the condition was put on
Not to argue, but if anybody would like to ask members of staff that were here when this happened, I'm sure they'd be happy to respond. That might be different than what staff today has as their opinion. And my only question would be, has anybody talked to Ralph Buxton and asked him what he remembers? I can answer that question from me, which I talked to him.
It's our understanding from the applicant that they received a authorization from the other three property owners to pursue this. And I think Mr. Rubino can comment on that.
I don't need to hear that because that makes no difference. It only makes a difference in terms of what was the original intent as far as I'm concerned. And do we want to change the original intent? I mean, what's before us is, do we want to change the original intent?
I agree. I believe that is the essential. And I believe I hear the motion or the second or both clearly saying that there's no interest in changing that intent. And Commissioner Brinkley has asked why we would choose to do that. And so I would ask if there's any discussion before we vote on the motion on the floor.
Is the applicant able to discuss? Is the applicant able to present? Is that acceptable? We haven't had a chance to talk yet, so I just want to kind of put a different perspective out or kind of expand on what Kelly has presented, if that's okay.
On Zoom, just to let.
Yes, I understand that, Brian, I appreciate that you and the applicant are, both available, but based on the discussion that we've had to this point, it's not clear to me what would address the original intent.
The original intent? Well, from the information that we got from the town, some of the old minutes, the intent to require no further subdivision was about the road and the condition of the road. It was not an improved road, West Villa Dunes. And we're this property, Ms. Farr purchased it already. So we've been getting some great feedback from the town, been working through this. So she owns it. And what her goal is to do is one small home, and her future dream home is going to be on the larger lot. But anyways, this property is right before you get to the villas, the condominiums. So the intent was about the improved road and the traffic going down that road. And so since then, since 1986, that road's been improved, and there's the flourishing condominium facility at the end of the road. And so what we're asking for is something. Before we came to the town, we worked with the other owners in that subdivision. As far as attorney and we met with them, met with the next door neighbor, and got a consent to revisions from those conditions that were on that plat, from that 1986 plat. And that should have some weight with the town. I know that's not a town document, that consent to revisions, but what that says is they're okay with it. And things were a little bit different in 86, basically because of that road condition. And this lot 4, this is significantly bigger than lots 1, 2, and 3 that the Whites, the Buxtons, and I think the Shanahan is one in the middle. This one's bigger than those. And what we're asking for, lot 4B, is going to be entirely in that SPD 20, where those other lots in the subdivision wouldn't be able to do that. And even though it only has to be 20,000 square feet, it's 53,000 square feet. So everything that I've seen and talked with different folks, neighbors in town, it's the intent of that condition on that 86 plat was just because of the condition of the road at the time, and the concern that there would be too much pressure on the road if it's not improved correctly, which it now is.
Brian, I want to thank you for that. I wanted to give you an opportunity because as a presenter, and I've been in other town board meetings where an applicant's not had an opportunity to say their piece. So I thank you for that. Calling Commissioner Ford wanted to say something.
You characterized the road as not improved. The road was improved prior to 83. So you said it wasn't improved. It was an improved road. It wasn't in the town street system. It was still an improved road.
Yeah, I stand corrected. It was improved, but not to today's standards. And so that was why it was conveyed to me, and reading some of those minutes, why that condition was put in 86. It wasn't just as it is today. Pavement thickness, sub-bases.
I would say the overriding reason for not allowing the further subdivision was more in terms of density than it was the road condition. And that's speaking as someone that was here and part of the process.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
The other part, and I'm not sure because I haven't done the counts, but if this is allowed, the SPD 20 part, given the size, could probably also be developed as multifamily under the SPD 20 ordinance.
Okay. Thank you, staff and Mr. Rubino. My sense is the board's ready to move on with this item at this point. We have a motion and a second on the floor. So with that, unless the board has anything else, I'm going to ask us to vote. All those, and the motion is to deny. Have a motion and a second or to deny. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay. Opposed? Nay. Thank you.
3-1. 3-1.
It was.
Okay. Okay.
4-0.
Yes.
I make a motion that we allow Commissioner Sears or Mayor Pro Tem Sears back into the meeting.
Second.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thanks, guys. Have a good
Okay,
afternoon.
thank you.
Thank you. Good addition to that. Welcome back. Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is item G4, consideration of a draft request for information to address seasonal workforce housing. Michael?
Thank you. Karen, are you able to turn my video on? There we go. So thank you. So this is coming back to the board. I believe we last had a conversation regarding this at the board's December 16th meeting, where we were reinitiating consideration of exploring housing opportunities for town seasonal employees, lifeguard staff primarily. And at that time, and that was really coming out of the strategic plan, the 2020 to 2025 strategic plan, and the board authorized staff to prepare a draft RFI for review and consideration to seek solutions to the housing needs for the town's lifeguard staff from the private market. So it was a group of myself, Greg Sparks, Andy Garman, Chief Wells, Kelly Wyatt, Deputy Chief Shane Height, and Ocean Rescue Captain Chad Motz. Got together a couple of times, one time in person, one time virtually, and exchanged emails regarding this, and basically worked to develop this draft RFI that would seek, again, solutions for the housing needs that we've identified in the RFI. Generally, the scope, and this is something that Chief Wells and Deputy Chief Height and Chad Motz put together the needs, the description of the town's needs, which, generally we're looking for an annual housing to satisfy the needs of 20 individual lifeguards from May 15th through Labor Day. That's what we're looking for. And so this would put it out on the private market. It could be nonprofits, it could be for-profit entities that came back and submitted information in response to this in terms of how they would see fit to meet our identified needs. There are, and I think this is one opportunity here, or this is one pathway. We have discussed some other options, for instance, financial incentives, tax incentives, things of that nature, also potentially increasing the stipend amount. I think we want to come back to you to discuss those options, or whether or not those are options. We've had separate and related conversations with the town attorney about potential tax abatements that could be problematic. So that may or may not be an option here. But we don't think putting out this RFI will preclude consideration of those other options. But I think we all are in agreement that this RFI could present us with some interesting ideas, concept information that may give us some pause, may have us reconsider things differently and look at things differently. I have no doubt that we will get things back in response that are non-starters for us, but I guarantee that we will get something back in in response that maybe presents something compelling that we maybe had not considered before. So I would encourage the board's positive feedback and direction that we can put this out on the street.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate staff's work on this. You've done what we asked you to do. Having put the work in, I do think putting this out there as a no-cost option to see whether there's anybody interested in doing something like this would be appropriate. So, board, any questions or comments on this item?
No, I agree.
In that case, I will ask if someone would consider a motion to approve the draft RFI and direct staff to proceed.
So moved.
Second, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Just a clarification question. I noticed the date was left blank. When are they doing 22?
Each one of those little pound marks you're talking about, or 23rd?
Yes, I was asking a question about the hashtag marks.
Michael, did you hear that question about the dates?
Yeah, I think I did. Part of that was related to not knowing exactly when we would be releasing this. So with the board's authorization, we'll fill those in. I expect we could have this released as early as next week. And so we would populate those hashtag marks. And I expect, we would allow something along the lines of 45 days for responses to be submitted to give people opportunity to formulate something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Next item on our agenda is item G5, discussion of various amendments to update the UDO, and this will be presented by Kelly.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I imagine y'all have probably heard a little bit about the 160D revisions, but in short, it's been an effort to modernize framework for the state's enabling statutes. Essentially, what it's doing is it's taking the statutes that were previously in chapters 153A and 160A and combining those city and county statutes into a new 160D. Thus far, going through it, there doesn't seem to be any significant changes, but it is tedious and time consuming. Staff is working on completing that now. So the goal is to have this to the planning board for their recommendation at their April meeting. But because they haven't made their recommendation yet, we wanted to get this before the Board of Commissioners and ask that you go ahead and schedule the public hearing for your May meeting, which would give us time to come back in June if we had to. So it's just a request for the board to go ahead and schedule the public hearing to hear these amendments necessary by compliance with the new 160D laws.
Thank you, Kelly. Any questions for Kelly? Long list of items. In that case, a motion to set the public hearing at the May meeting would be in order.
Make a motion. Second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. John, I don't believe you were here at the time, but because we have the Jockey's Ridge working group discussion, rather than read the additional public comment on the mayor's agenda, the board would like to hear it now so that they can be informed.
I thought it was recently.
Okay. So there are 10 of these. Bear with me.
Yeah, you want to do any other committee reports prior to that?
I can.
I mean, not that I haven't missed it. They just whip as an update or somebody else has something.
Well, we'll do that then, so I'll ask, are there any committee reports? You said you do not, Commissioner Signage, Commissioner Pertain. Cool.
I may have some, but it might be precluded, so I'll just wait. And if I have to say something at the end of the meeting, I will.
Okay, thank you. So, public comment. This is from John Adams. We are John and Dolores Adams at 4306 Soundside Road. We support the recommendations of the working group regarding the current significant disruption on Soundside Road and the surrounding streets resulting from inadequate beach access parking. The current situation is not just frustrating to residents and visitors to the beach, it's dangerous to both. Council has in the past worked hard to balance the interests of residents and vacationers. In this case, the interests of both are protected through the recommendations of the working group. Thank you for your consideration. From Jen Smith. Hello, board members and neighbors. Our main concern is the volume of seasonal traffic on our neighborhood road, which during the warm months greatly consists of cars driving through to access the Jockey's Ridge State Park Sound Beach. We're also concerned with the overflow parking that happens in front of our houses. We feel like our neighborhood has become the main entrance to a state park that already has a main entrance. Our main question is, could the main entrance to Jockey's Ridge Park Sound Beach attraction be rerouted so that park patrons wishing to access the beach would enter through the main park entrance instead of Soundside Road? Thank you for your time and consideration. This is from Karen Reeder. Dear Commissioners and Mayor, you, as well as Chief Webster and the Nags Head Police Department, have heard my plea and concerns in person in the past. The safety of our children, other family members, guests, and pets should remain of paramount importance. Accepting all of the current recommendations of the working group is a great start. Please allow me, for the sake of time, to list the needs. No parking on either side of the street that are listed, with signage appropriate to cover the need without having sign pollution. This is absolutely critical since there is so much pedestrian traffic with children and animals. We cannot see around vehicles to safely leave our driveway. Decrease the speed limit on West Soundside Road entirely to 15 miles per hour, or at a minimum, decrease the posted speed midway at the opening where Jockey's Ridge State Park is the north side of the road. Our road is a raceway. Walking or bike riding anywhere in our neighborhood is now extremely risky. Add traffic calming measures, either chicanes or speed tables, along with three-way stop at the entrance to the access. Critical. Enforce the laws in our neighborhood, i.e. tow vehicles immediately that park in no parking areas, be present at the higher congested times of gate opening and sunset, and watch for other issues such as trespassing and littering. The chance of DUIs after visitors that have disobeyed the laws while lounging on the beach access is greatly increased, and another high safety risk due to the abundance of pedestrians on the road at the same time. Thank you for your time and your thorough understanding of our situation. There are multiple safety issues at hand to which Nags Head will be fully responsible for, not resolved. Eric Howard. Hello, please find attached my letter to the Commissioners. I'm very concerned about the overwhelming and increasing traffic problems within the West Side neighborhoods, specifically the Old Soundside area. This letter reads, my name is Eric Howard and I live at 510 West Deering Street. I am a new full-time resident of the town of Nags Head, currently residing on Deering Street, while my fiance and I work on house plans for the lot we purchased last year in Old Nags Head Code. I am in support of the town taking action to reduce the impact of the Jockey's Ridge sound access on the Old Soundside neighborhood. The volume of traffic is out of control, and I'm very concerned about the future of this historic neighborhood, as well as other West Side neighborhoods. I first fell in love with this area when I lived on Soundside Road the summer after I graduated from college in 2014. My then girlfriend and I had a new puppy, and we enjoyed taking a walk every evening around sunset. Just 7 years later, and during a much less busy time of year, Taking a walk in this neighborhood at sunset is a completely different story. Just a few evenings ago, on Friday, April the 2nd, we attempted to take a stroll around 7 p.m. For reference, it was about 40 degrees and windy, but a pretty sunset. Here's what we encountered. The roughly 20-minute walk from 510 West Deering Street to the Sound Access Gate and back, we were being passed by vehicles almost constantly. I'd say the longest stretch without a vehicle passing by was about 5 seconds. Several of these passing vehicles were the same vehicles driving back and forth looking for a new photo opportunity or better sunset watching spot. At least 12 vehicles were parked on the side of the road on someone's private property or just completely in the road. During the return walk, a vehicle was parked on the road in front of a neighbor's boat ramp. The group walked out onto the boat ramp. The property owner was on their deck and asked them to depart. About 5 minutes later, we saw the same group again, this time walking out on a different neighbor's dock. Again, the neighbor told them not to go on their dock. They remained parked in the street. A couple of docks further down where the property owner was not at home, a group of about 7 or 8 people pulled aside the private property road while one person shouted, VIP, I don't want to repeat that word. They hung out on the dock taking pictures and drinking beer. Several vehicles were impatient about having to slow down for pedestrians in the road, speeding up as soon as they got clearance or even making comments about us being in the road. To sum up the experience, I will say this. I moved here from an urban neighborhood with probably about 3 times the density, a rush hour in the mornings and evenings, no sidewalks, and frequent shootings. That neighborhood was easier and safer to walk my dogs. I believe that the sunset craze on Soundside Road is a direct result of introduction to this neighborhood through overuse and abuse of the Jockey's Ridge estuarine access. I believe that the volume of traffic is a problem throughout the day, but wanted to share this recent sunset experience as one example of what this is doing to the people who reside in this neighborhood. All of this is not to mention the disturbing abuse of the beautiful and fragile Sound Beach. My fiance and I are young professionals who have chosen to root their future and family in Nags Head because we love the area and community, but we are very concerned about our needs as residents, that they will be neglected in order to appease some visitors who seem to view our neighborhoods and private property as their playground. What happens when more visitors discover that there's a beautiful place to watch the sunset and bring their dogs in Old Nags Head Cove or the villas? The town should do everything in their power to reduce traffic through Old Soundside/Southridge neighborhoods and seek out and promote alternative sound access in public places. This is from William Markham. Traffic on Soundside Road is disturbing. The access should be for foot traffic only. The street has no stoplight, and on a red flag day, there are 300 plus vehicles on this residential 2-lane road. The speed limit is ignored constantly by tourists trying to make sunset at a breakneck pace. The change is definitely needed.
Here, did you say what he was from?
Sorry. 307 West Soundside Road. Sorry. This is from Brian Harvey. This is one of the ones that we received at the All-Mayor Commissioners Address. Dear Mayor and Commissioners, despite the fact that visiting tourists overwhelmingly come here for the Atlantic Ocean Beach, it would appear that the town has increasingly taken the position that the Soundside Beach attraction is an amenity that must be provided to our visitors. As an abstraction, one can understand the desire to make our town as attractive as possible to visitors, as we know tourism is the basis of our economy. One can also project that when considering a decision to increase usage of the extremely limited resource that is the Soundside Beach within Jockey's Ridge State Park, the town may be inclined to take the position of the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. The many in this case would be the seemingly unlimited number of visitors. The few would be the residents of Soundside Road and Deering Street neighborhoods. But here's the thing. The idea that increasing access to this Sound Beach will pay some kind of dividend in visitor satisfaction or tax dollars is a complete fallacy. This is because any increase in usage, no matter how big, will only serve a fraction of 1% of our visitor population. Think about that. The fact is, this Sound Beach is too small to ever make a dent in satisfying a meaningful number of tourists. Increasing from 25 parking spaces to even 100 spaces is meaningless to 99.8% of the visitors who would still be unable to access it. But the cost to your local residents who built lives here would be life-changing. 18-year resident of Soundside Road, the impact to our way of life would be persistent, long-term, and multifaceted. If the proposed parking lot went in across the street from our house, we would be totally devastated. For sure, our first thoughts are that we would have to move, and there would be a bitterness that we carry the rest of our lives. We are raising our 7-year-old daughter here and intend to stay here forever. In contrast, the impact on our tourist family who cannot use the Sound Beach on any given day because the lot is full is relatively small. Sure, they may be momentarily disappointed, but oh well, let's go play putt-putt. They overwhelmingly came there to the OBX or the oceanfront. Do you think they are going to leave Nags Head unsatisfied, never coming back because they could not go to the Sound Beach one day? So there are indeed situations where the needs of the few outweigh satisfying the needs of the many. It's a matter of impact. Since the Sound Beach could never satisfy demand, why is this being considered? To what end? Surely there's a point where overuse destroys the resource. Can we measure that, study that, estimate it? We should. It doesn't take a scientist to see that on a high surf advisory day, we've already reached the point of overuse of that beach. We are tired of our town approach that seems to always place growth as the highest goal. When is enough enough? We need a global shift in the way our town views growth, improvement, etc. There are other coastal Atlantic towns with similar geography yet have adopted a vastly different approach to growth. Maybe we should take a page out of their book. Sure, we all must accept gradual growth and changes to our neighborhood, but everyone who buys property has a reasonable expectation that certain kinds of changes are never going to happen. This is one of those things. Those that buy along the beach road know what they're getting. We chose and invested in a property in a quiet Soundside residential neighborhood, in direct contrast to what we would have expected had we bought near an oceanfront beach access on the beach road. I ask you to please try to put yourself in our shoes. I'm sure every one of you has made up all kinds of considerations about the neighborhood where you choose to invest and live. Now imagine that across from your street is going to be leveled to make a giant parking lot. By the way, traffic on your street will quadruple. Jockey's Ridge State Park has long been an attraction for OBX visitors and already has appropriate entrance and parking directly off the bypass. If the park and town of Nags Head wish to increase parking and access to different areas of the park, then obviously they should do so through this main entrance off the bypass. Residents of Soundside Road should not bear the burden of all the negativities and dangers associated with any plan to increase access to a state park for a quiet residential neighborhood. I hope you will please put your local residents first when considering the decision. He's at 309 West Soundside Road. From Patricia Fleming, 4203 West South Ridge Road. I live in South Ridge year-round and frequently have my young grandchildren and others visit. They ride bicycles and walk on the sides of the streets in the neighborhood. There are no sidewalks in this area, so the traffic generated by numerous visitors to the Soundside Beach access is a huge safety concern for me. Many cars parked on one or both sides of Deering Street and Soundside Road make for hazardous biking/walking for both children and adults. There are some no parking signs in the area, but there seems to be no enforcement, no consequence to parking wherever a driver decides to park. Please consider seriously the recommendations of the working group that consisted of neighborhood residents, Jockey's Ridge State Park, and town representatives. Thank you for your attention to this very important safety concern. This is from Michelle Madden Smith. Do not see an address. Dear sirs and madams, thank you for your attention to our concerns regarding the quality of life and environmental sustainability of the Soundside Road access to Jockey's Ridge State Park. Before I go any further, I'd like to acknowledge that I appreciate that Jockey's Ridge is a significant tourist destination for Nags Head and the Outer Banks. I'm grateful that this park has been established and is protected from encroaching development. The park was created because of the passion of a local woman to protect the dunes, to ensure that locals and visitors alike could be reminded of what is precious and unique about this sandbar we call home. The directive to continually increase and grow visitorship, particularly by those at the state level who are removed from the actual tangible experience of the dune, is a bit of an ironic twist. The Development is not conservation. There are countless ways visitors can enjoy the park. Seeking to expand access to one of the very unique and very limited resources, the Sound Beach at Jockey's Ridge, is short-sighted and diminishes the inherent value of a peaceful, simple space. I also want to acknowledge that as a community, there is pressure to increase tourist revenue and to give the visitors to the Outer Banks memorable experiences so they can return again and again. But we are at a precipice. The sheer number of visitors encroaching upon one another makes the experience of the Outer Banks less enjoyable. Why would they return? Their aim should be sustainability. Endless growth is not sustainable. We do not ever want to be Virginia Beach or Hilton Head, find places for some. Part of what draws people to the Outer Banks is space. That said, the primary issue at hand for me today as a resident of Soundside Road is related to expanding access to the Soundside Beach access to Jockey's Ridge. Number one, it's my understanding that the Soundside access was initially intended as an access point for our neighborhood's enjoyment of the park. When I first moved to this road, it was a secret little paradise. But having lived here now for more than 16 years, I have witnessed a significant increase in traffic seeking access to the Soundside Beach. Starting about 10 years ago, we were suddenly inundated with cars parked along both sides of the road. Word had gotten out. What major concern to me is the speed at which these visitors, and frankly neighborhood residents at times, drive down Soundside. It is alarming. They come off the bypass traveling 50+ miles per hour, and with the long straightaway ahead of them, they keep on driving at high speed. I'm frequently yelling at cars to slow down and move over as we cycle, scooter, and walk our pets. People also take the corner into the parking lot too fast and irresponsibly. I can tell you many stories of near misses and obliterated mailboxes and trash cans. Our quiet family neighborhood is simply not intended to be a major motorway that it has become in the past decade due to the increased traffic to the access. It is also my understanding that there are discussions ongoing about how to actually expand access to the Soundside Beach here, which is inconsistent with any concept of environmental sustainability. The Sound Beach is a quite limited resource. Sound waters in summer are hot, somewhat still. The bacteria counts are something we need to monitor in order to enjoy it safely. Expanding access via additional parking will only worsen the environmental impact of humans on the stretch of beach. Increasing access makes the Sound Beach even less enjoyable/desirable. It's already overcrowded. I've also heard discussion about a drive aisle or parking lot at the middle point of Soundside Road. This would be devastating for our neighborhood. A parking lot in front of my house would completely destroy our enjoyment of the park, destroy our property value, destroy for me the whole reason the spot became my home. This is deeply personal to me and would affect my daily life. It would impact my constant, every time I look out the window, enjoyment and appreciation of the dune I love. This would gut me, crushing, devastating. I can tell you each to put yourselves in the shoes of any one of us who live here on Soundside Road and imagine the same thing happening to you on your street in the homes you love. Please don't bow to the pressure to grow and develop. Thank you for your time and attention.
What was her name again?
Michelle Madden Smith.
Did he give you the address?
No. This is from David Allen Carver. This is the last one. Dear Mayor Cahoon and Nags Head Commissioners, with total respect to you, Mr. Cahoon, and your commissioners, I respectfully wish to protest a parking lot directly across from my home, 237 Soundside Road. This would immediately decrease my property value. Rightfully so. It would totally change the mood, circumstance, and safety of those living on Soundside Road. Those of us who purchased property here did so because of the proximity to Jockey's Ridge State Park. However, a parking lot full of cars and people is not what we bargained for. Besides, the beach just cannot handle any more people than parking now allows. I do not mind a couple of extra cars in front of my house 4 days out of the year. Just not a problem. As a National Geographic magazine photographer for 40 years, I love Jockey's Ridge, shoot pictures every day, plan to have a coffee table book on the park available by 2022. Over the last 20 years, I have published 2 National Geographic articles featuring both Jockey's Ridge and Nags Head, with 40 million readers. We have done no less than 3 television shows featuring Nags Head as well. So I love living and working here, moving down from full-time from New York 12 years ago. I am 76, but not retired. A new OBX book from several years of work will be published soon. See how often I publish on my Instagram account pictures showing Jockey's Ridge and Nags Head. I am your very proud neighbor. I am very clearly on the side of a positive image of Nags Head, promoting this image worldwide. Thank you for your careful and thoughtful consideration for property owners and park lovers alike. I look forward to meeting some of you in the near future. I am always open to your suggestions for good picture ideas. David Allen Harvey.
Harvey.
Harvey, H-R-V-E-Y. That was 237. So had the one this morning that we read during public comment. So that brings us to item H2, the report from Jockey's Ridge State Park / Soundside Access Working Group. Greg.
Mayor. As the commission knows, board discussed a white paper that was presented back in November, and then out of that created a working group to really kind of look at the issues of the Jockey's Ridge Soundside access. And that committee has met really from December through the end of March and have drafted these recommendations. I really just want to recognize people who worked on this committee. From the neighborhood, Megan Vaughn and Bobby Murray, Mayor Pro Tem Sears, Chief Webster, Planning Director Zahner, Jockey's Ridge State Park Superintendent Joy Greenwood, and Deputy Town Manager Andy Garman worked with the committee. So certainly, as you saw from the letters you've received, this issue has probably become maybe more pronounced in the last several years, and certainly as we've had strong tourism season this last year, but this goes back even prior to that. So a lot of items were discussed with that working group, both the amount of traffic, kind of the speed of the traffic, traffic volume, some of the enforcement issues, parking, particularly along West South Side Road and some of the other nearby streets. Talked about different traffic calming measures, parking along the entrance to the access, really kind of the size of the groups that are in there, and whether that could be restricted, and whether there are other alternative sound access locations. So kind of out of all that discussion, they have drafted these recommendations. Committee voted on it 5-0. Park Superintendent Joy Greenwood felt it wasn't appropriate for her to vote on the recommendations because some of these will be going into state parks for that may or may not have some agreement with some of the recommendations. So the first one was the traffic study. I won't kind of go through all the verbiage, but the town needs to conduct a traffic study to determine traffic impacts along Soundside access, parking restrictions along West Soundside Road, that we should prohibit on-street parking within the right-of-way of West Soundside Road, South 13th Street, and Gearing Street. That we need to consider improvements to West Soundside Road, conduct an audit of our existing parking and traffic regulation signs that are along those streets, and consider existing signs when instituting some additional no parking areas and traffic regulations. Consider putting in a three-way stop along West Soundside Road at the entrance to the Soundside access. Look into feasibility of other calming measures that would physically limit or discourage the ability to speed in that area. The access hours, request that the state park commit to limiting those open hours from April 1st to September 30th from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., October 1st to March 31st, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Really kind of further that those gates be open no earlier than 7:50 a.m. And the reason for that was that there's really some discussion that there's times when the gates may have opened 30 minutes early and some of that, and people waiting to get in. Really just wanted to be very consistent on when those gates are going to open. Traffic counts, request the state park to maintain their traffic counter at the Soundside access gate, support the installation of a counter that can provide hourly counts and provide that data monthly with the town. Events and groups, that the town should request Jockey's Ridge State Park to limit events held at Soundside access to 50 or fewer participants. And that events held at the access after open hours shall not utilize that west Soundside road, and that the town be notified of scheduled events. Also request the state park to require that group education activities with 15 or more participants utilize shared transportation, not allow participants to individually travel to the access. Number 7 was alternative sound access. The town should seek out and promote alternative sound access in other town locations for the general public and for education and recreation groups. Strongly encourage and support efforts by North Carolina State Parks to develop a separate sound access facility at the state park that addresses current demand that's currently accessed internally within the park. That enforcement, really to continue our effort with police department and park rangers to perform routine visits when the access is open, and to work with Jockey's Ridge State Park on supervision of the beach and water during the season, and request that North Carolina Marine Patrol dedicate some attention to that area. The access infrastructure, I believe that parking spaces have increased over time through use of parking in the shoulder of the unimproved drive aisle, but not through any type of formalized plan that was developed between the town and the state parks. But that's resulted in an increase in capacity. So basically, if there's an interest in increasing capacity, it should be done through a formal planning process and not the way it has in the past. Members of the West Soundside neighborhood serving on this task force are opposed to an increase in the capacity of the access in its current location and configuration. So they also recommend no parking along the access drive aisle. And for beach access, recommend the addition of accessible parking to the existing parking lot and removal of the accessible parking space along the drive aisle. Each walkover closest to West Soundside Road should be removed once the structure reaches the end of its useful life. The neighborhood coordination, the town, Jockey's Ridge State Park, and neighborhood representatives should establish a standing committee that meets at least twice annually prior to the season and following the season, and as needed to address concerns and issues. And then the operational agreement, that the town and North Carolina State Park should develop a new agreement that reflects the roles of each party in the operation and future maintenance of the access. So I would believe that some of those things have changed over time since that original agreement was done. With that, I can help answer any questions or Chief or Mayor Pro Tem Sears.
Can I ask if Mayor Pro Tem would like to speak to this?
Yeah, what I was going to say is, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for their participation. I'd like to especially thank Ms. Murray and Mrs. Bond for accurately relaying every sentiment of the citizens in their neighborhood throughout this whole time. I would like Greg to clarify, though, there is no formal proposed parking lot that has been through the town. There is no formal proposed increase by the town for any access at this point that anybody in the town knows of. If you can verify that for public record, that would be great.
Yes, I think that's one of the concerns that came up as to whether or not town or the state park was planning on expanding that parking lot, and there are no plans to expand that parking.
And I have a follow-up to that as well. If it were on state park property, and the state did propose a parking lot there, believe the town has any review authority whatsoever. We don't look at plans. Well,
We do. The history is, there was only one state park in the state of North Carolina that was in a municipality, and that was Jockey's Ridge State Park. No other state park existed in a municipality until Raleigh consumed Umstead. There's a long history of what is reviewable by the town and what isn't reviewable by the town. And there were certain things that the town has reviewed and approved, and there's certain things that are exempt by state statute that we cannot review. I can't remember the details of those, but we do have some review capacity of certain activities in the park.
thank you.
Yes, we looked at sidewalks as was mentioned in that study, and actually the staff has put together rough numbers of that sidewalk. They looked at multiple things with the road, but ultimately the committee thought that the three-way stop was a must. Towing anybody parking on the side of the road was a must. Enforcing the speed limit was a must. And my suggestion to the board, as a commissioner, is that we do everything that we can as a town to help offset some of that strain on that neighborhood. And we request of the park what is inside the park and make that known that we would like to see some of those other improvements. Moving forward, I think that we should suggest that the park look at another major access if the traffic study shows that the traffic continues to increase, which you know it's going to. That's all I have.
Right, thank you. Other commissioners?
I have a question.
Yes.
For the manager. On 4 access hours, the question I have, to me it's obvious, but the question I have is this directed at vehicles, or is it just, we're not going to let anybody there?
Vehicles.
Okay, I would recommend that you put the word somewhere in there that this applies to vehicles, not people.
Pedestrians would be able to walk under that gate, around the gate, and go in there after hours.
Or before.
Or before hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this issue is keeping the vehicle traffic up.
I just wanted to clarify that. I mean, the way it reads, it looks like it says vehicles, but it doesn't say vehicles. It just says closed.
Yes.
At one point, the town opened and closed the gate every day, and my understanding is it's now not in that business, and I guess State Parks opens and closes it.
Yes.
Do they have a set time that they open and close it?
Yes, and the superintendent was very clear that how she's directed her staff to open it based on these times that are.
Then, in light of that, that was part of the agreement with the town at one point. Is our agreement, I think our agreement is severely outdated and nobody's living up to it.
Yes.
One of the things that's going to be part of it, there needs to be a new, very definitive agreement, in my mind.
Yeah, that was,
Yeah.
basically number 12, but John was involved in some of that discussion. If you want to refresh the rest of the board on that discussion about the agreement, current versus of the future.
I think, as I understand it, the primary purpose of the agreement was really to facilitate the grant applications for some of the improvements. Importance to give the town some, well, it also imposes some responsibility for maintenance and repair on the town, which has not been required of the town. It provides very little, if any, control to the town. And so I think there's an impression that because of the MOU, that it gives the town some authority to control use, control access, to regulate things, and it doesn't do that. So it's really, particularly if it was done primarily to facilitate funding, There's no need for that at this point. It's extremely limited.
Not a follow-up, but something separate. There was, and I still assume, there's a Friends of Jockeys Ridge group. Were they involved in this discussion at all? And that group was made up of state parks personnel and surrounding property owners. They used to send out a newsletter. They were very engaged in everything that goes on, and I was surprised going through this that I never saw anything from that group.
Seems to me it's language too.
Okay. So I guess they don't exist anymore.
I think since George retired, right?
I think it went away with George.
You did?
I was thinking it was after that. Maybe a year or two, but.
Dabo was not very, Dabo.
Right, okay.
May I make one more suggestion? You know, the largest, I brought this up on something else, the largest Nags Head Soundfront property that could be public is currently owned by the Tourism Bureau. If we could reach out to them to maybe look at providing some kind of access at that location to ease the actual access in the neighborhood might be a benefit as well.
It would, as would perhaps Commissioner Ford brought up several times, which is taking another look at the connection between our access and site, because there's plentiful parking at the event site and there's beach access at Harvey Street. So right now they're not connected.
Yeah, you know, some of the beauty of Jockey's Ridge is it's a sandy beach that you can walk easily into that is very shallow. The Harvey site is a drastic drop off that gets up to about 4 feet within 40 yards of the beach. So there's some geographic differences there that doesn't lead that to be that way. But as you go around the bend up towards Door's site, that is much shallower, like Jockey's Ridge.
Thank the group. I'd like to thank Mayor Pertain, Sears, and staff in particular for this exercise. I would ask that the minutes reflect that I'd like to see us draft, I'd like to see staff draft any communications that are necessary to State Park to make formal the request from this board in those actions that are recommended and address those at the earliest opportunity.
And there's some opportunities for us to do things right now that I hope staff's not waiting on us, traffic enforcement, et cetera, and, you know, sometimes you don't need to wait for a study to do certain things.
Would it be appropriate for, we've received this report, to endorse the recommendations of this report? I mean, that would make formal the fact that staff should be pursuing those activities, if there's any doubt.
May I make a motion that we endorse the recommendations that came forward from the study group?
Second. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
And that furthermore, staff be directed, if they're not already by our conversation, bring back amendments to the traffic control map.
Thank you.
Part of my second.
Okay, very good. Carolyn?
Can you, was it friendly, possibly with a shorter deadline, say before actual summer, on some of those, can we make those
Well, my
changes?
deadline is our May meeting.
Well, that would be awesome, I'm just trying to be realistic.
Traffic control map should not take that long.
That should not take long to.
I would say our May meeting, staff should be directed to bring back three-way stop, no parking signs,
With towing enforced,
with towing
at
enforced.
owner's expense.
Towing enforced.
That's what, got that, and is the seconder okay
Oh,
with it?
yeah, that was part of my second.
Understood. Carolyn, you got all that? Okay, thank you. All right, so we have that amended motion and the second floor. Any further discussion?
Question for state parks, as part of your letter endorsing the hours of operation.
Already changed it.
Oh, they have already, okay,
They
good.
changed it, got it posted on the walkovers and.
Okay, good.
And I hope that this provides some relief to those people. I appreciate Mayor Pertain Sears on that committee, Ms. Vaughn, Ms. Murray, and the others as well.
Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. The next item on our agenda, John, are items referred to and presentations from the town attorney. We're going to roll all these requests for closed sessions together.
That would be fine, because I have several different items I need to discuss.
Do you have anything other than closed session?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda then would be items referred to and presentations from the town manager, the beach nourishment update.
Mayor. So, just a quick update on a few things coming up with our beach nourishment project. We have prepared a FAQs so that our staff can answer some of the common questions that are coming in from residents, property owners regarding the project. We put out the required mailing to property owners. That went out on April 1st. Shows the map. Certainly directs them to the May 5th public hearing. And then there's also the follow-up meeting in June as well. So 2 meetings coming up, May and June, on beach nourishment. And the oceanfront easements, so we've received 430 easements. 59 of those are north of the project and 126 are still needed. So making good progress, but still some more work that needs to be done. They continue to come in, certainly thereafter the first of the year, the letter from the mayor, I think that helped spur some. I think some of the changes we made in terms of going from perpetual to the 10-year lease, for those that requested, that has been positive. So I think probably due for putting out some additional information again to try to spur some more of these to come in.
Thank you. Questions?
Okay.
With the mailer that went out,
Yeah.
does the town have a central or one person point of contact that will be answering questions that citizens may have?
Yeah, did you want to answer that?
Amy was the first, and then David Ryan.
Yeah, so most of the questions come in were kind of tax and finance related, MSDs. So Amy was the first point of contact, and like I say, David Ryan second. But we also, just also make sure our staff knows where to direct people, so we don't send people on a runaround.
I don't know if that's occurring quite yet. From a conversation I had last night with a citizen, it was, she was concerned, she found it to be very confusing. This is a retired educator that she could pretty much follow along stuff, but she had real concerns with how the document was received and found it difficult to get information out of the document. She just thought it was rather confusing. Did speak with a staff member that was very professional, very helpful. Was able to give her some information, but not everything.
Okay. We will keep revisiting and update that as necessary, depending on the feedback we get.
When I was in college, we had anytime you were required to read a book, you had something for dummies.
Yeah.
It's really me, I'm just saying that. Perhaps we need a simplified version on our website of what the MSD is, what it's meant to do, just very much a layman version of what it is. Not all the technical stuff, but here's what the MSD is, here's what it's going to be used for. I know we call it beach nourishment.
Soil erosion.
Soil erosion, something. Let's put out. Here's what it really means, beach nourishment. Here's what it's going to be used for. Put sand on the beach. Here's why you have to pay. Just a little brief back. Yeah. Make it simple for people. I mean, everybody can give really technical responses, and everybody does their job really well, but really simpler is better when it comes to explanations.
Beach erosion control, flood and hurricane suction works, and flood control and drainage projects. So just agree with what Commissioner Green said, just to simplify it more.
Just so you understand, that terminology is important because that is the purpose of beach nourishment. But I understand what you're saying, that if it could be, the term beach nourishment could be used as the shorthand explanation for that whole phrase of purposes for which the project.
Take that whole phrase, AKA.
Correct. Here and after beach nourishment.
Links for a deep dive or something.
The point is needed.
You know, just one other thing, the letter states that the copy of the report is available for public inspection. You know, town hall being closed. That's,
We are kind of changing the signs to where town hall is open by appointment, and assuming the 1st of May, we are looking to be fully open, but of course, that doesn't coincide the best with that upcoming May 15th.
Yeah, changing the signage to town hall would help. We're not closed. We're available.
Anything else on that item? Then the removal of streetlights at 158 Oakville.
Yes. So in late 1999, the board approved the installation of streetlights on US 158 near the entrance of the Nags Head Pond subdivision as really a response to some citizen complaints of dangerous conditions regarding the late night pedestrian crossings from Kelly's and Slam and Sammy's at the time. In the last month or so, Commissioner Fuller brought forward a request for staff to review those current conditions, make recommendations for either keeping those lights or removing the lights. So we did review the history for the necessity of those lights at that vicinity, pedestrian safety issues, and we do believe those lights are no longer warranted. And the removal of the lights would be consistent with the town's philosophy of dark sky, which we had discussion about earlier in this meeting. I think it was yesterday. The cost of electricity, really this results in annual savings of $1,631.28 for those street lights. And there's no cost from Dominion for the removal of those poles, so that was important to confirm with them. We are looking to put in those small kind of neighborhood decorative more type lights there at the entrance, but we don't have a cost yet from, that. They're supposed to get that to us this week.
I'm sorry, Greg, entrance to?
Into the neighborhood.
Entrance to the pond?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
I'm sorry.
Kind of consistent with other neighborhood lighting standards.
On the west side,
Yeah.
all the entrances have lights on each side, so if people get old, like me, when they try to, then all you do is turn between the two lights.
And with that, staff recommends board approval for removal of the street lights and replacement with low-level lighting consistent with neighborhood entrance standards.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
One more question. I know this puts you on the spot. Great. How do we stand with sign up for recycling, and what is our estimated start date?
Our estimated start date is May 1st. We had, we met with Tidewater Fiber, about a week and a half ago. At that point, we had over 450 signed up. I think the last count I heard was we picked up around 3,000 blue cards, so that was going well. So probably over that now. So I think from our standpoint, the Tidewater Fiber standpoint, it's all going real. There's getting set up and ready to go.
Yeah, and the guys that are picking up are doing a good job. They're still out there picking up, but they're doing a good job.
And some of the things I've seen, like on the beach road, their blue cards still being put out. Interestingly enough, most of them are just recyclables. But people are still using them, but they're only putting recyclables in them.
Didn't get the word.
It's the same. Just got to.
Usually what I've seen is truck with trailer picking them up, is right behind the trash truck. So as soon as they empty them. They're in my neighborhood. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Next item on our agenda is the Board of Commissioners agenda, and I will ask those who didn't list items first, since we know we have items to discuss. Mr. Brinkle, do you have anything?
I was going to bring up about opening of town hall. I understand, I think changing the signage is good, but Dare County is now back open. They're getting ready to start back the programs at Parks and Rec. And I think the quicker we can get open and access for our residents and business owners and people who want to do business with the town, instead of having to rely on phone calls or emails, I think would be appropriate, in my opinion. Just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Mr. Sears. Okay. Commissioner Fuller. You're listed first.
I have two things. One's not on the agenda, one is.
Okay.
The first thing is vehicle use policy. And, we've had some discussion about that. I think, the town manager had a great comment to me, I guess to all of us, that maybe we need to do a reset. And so I guess this is the start of the reset. And what I would say is we were provided some background information. And there's a board policy that we have, and we'll take a minute, but vehicle policy from the board is that town vehicles and equipment shall be used for town purposes only. And then it goes on to express some things, and I could read that if you want, but the important or the action item is vehicles and equipment shall be used for town purposes only. And then it allows certain vehicles to be assigned. And the assigned is the town manager may assign vehicles to employees for commuting purposes when there is an interest to the town to do so for the purposes of 1, improved response time, 2, preparedness, or 3, on-call status. And then it said administrative policy will address those assignments. It appears, at least to me, and I guess a lot of this is subject to interpretation, but a lot of the administrative policies that we have in place on vehicle use don't follow the board policy. So I don't even want to get into the discussion about administrative policies until we all agree that the board policies are correct and we understand what we mean. I mean, to me, it's fairly clear. So where I am is that, do we want to look at changing the board policy first? And if we don't, then I can go on and start talking about where I see inconsistencies with the administrative policy.
Well, does the board have any interest in revisiting the board policy? I'm hearing that we do want to revisit that. So I'm hearing that we want to change that.
Because, see, administrative policies would allow, like a vehicle to go below Mark Bass Knight Bridge. The board policy, in my opinion, doesn't allow that. But we've allowed people through the administrative policy to take vehicles to various locations that, to me, don't. It's not in a town interest. It's in an individual's that uses the vehicle's interest. Improved response time, preparedness, and on-call. Those are the only things, well, and it says, et cetera. Well, I don't know what et cetera means, but it's very clear to me that we had a board policy, and over time, the administrative policy was a lot different than the board policy.
So is there an action you anticipate before we were going to get a response from staff, I thought, for board consideration? Is that on revised administrative policies?
Well, I thought when I took it as the reset, we would start with the board policy and see what the board wanted. And then the administrator would follow the board policy.
In case, I will go back. I mean, I asked the question, does the board have any interest in revisiting the policy? Does the board, I'll ask it again, there are some specificities like defining what et cetera means or striking it, and possibly having the board policy go so far as to set geographic limits to be
The board policy hasn't been updated since 2003. Circumstances all the way across the board have changed in some level. I would rather see how this affects current possible operating standards versus us making decisions who do not drive or need to drive a town vehicle or have access to a town vehicle.
Say that we would, one, task the manager with bringing something back on the administrative policy that he needs to work on the board policy to bring it back, but bring something back with specific recommendations and not generalities.
Well, what I would...
Why? And the reason I say what I say is because what we're looking at here is specifically for the police department concerning assigned police vehicles. But we have town vehicles other than police vehicles that travel an extended amount of distance.
I'll give you a perfect example. Public Works Director had an assigned vehicle and lived in Wanchese, and that was approved by the manager under the preparedness part of the board policy. That it was better to have the Public Works Director have a vehicle he could get into and get here, and because he'd only come in case of emergency. And so, yes, you're exactly right. But that was under the purview of the board.
Well, hearing what Mr. Sears and Commissioner Coon both said, and in light of Mr. Fuller's concern, and knowing that staff was going to come back to us, what I would like to see in every administrative, given what the board policy says, it would seem prudent that in every administrative policy, if it's not already there, it would say this assignment is made in response to the board policy which permits assignment for X purpose. Cite one of the purposes, it's to improve response time or it's whatever it is. And if there is an administrative policy that can't quite find the match in the board policy, but it's reasonable, then the board policy perhaps should change to specify that provision.
As long as it has a town value and some common sense with it.
And I have no problem with staff recommending a board policy to be changed. Because staff can't change the board policy, right, but they sure often should have the right to recommend some changes because they know better than we do on some of these things.
Because I don't know all of the vehicles that are assigned, so I would ask that staff look at all of the vehicle assignments, if you haven't already done this, match the administrative policy back to the board policy. If you can't match it back to the board policy for some ambiguity, then tell us and let the board in the board policy. Is that reasonable?
I mean, I hate to admit this, I know as manager, I put some administrative policies in that violated this. So, I mean, I'm more than willing to accept advice.
The statute of limitations.
I mean, it was one of those things about, distinctly remember allowing police to drive 2 to 3 miles outside the town for lunch. I mean, what value is that to the town?
As long as you don't drive home every day for lunch.
Yes,
Then
but-
it's town time driving to and from your lunch.
But the point was, there was a request from particularly police that they be allowed to at least get to French Fry Alley for lunch. And so it was granted, and I didn't see where it really significantly violated the board policy.
Commissioner Franklin, did you want to speak on this?
No, I'm just trying to take it all in, but
Okay.
it's confusing to me, but what, I guess where we're at now is staff is gonna come back with us with who has assigned cars, and then we're gonna get into whether they need an assigned car or.
Whether it breaks policy of the board or not.
I think it's, my sense, it was more nearly to determine whether the board policy needed any change. Maybe the board policy doesn't change. Policy may need a minor clarification.
Tweak or two, perhaps.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean one way.
All right, thank you. Okay.
The next thing that's not on the agenda I want to bring up and I almost promised myself there were 2 things I'd never want to talk about sitting on this side of the table. One was driving on the beach and the other was dogs on the beach. And I will not talk about dogs on the beach. But I will talk about what I see about, and this is one observation, but I've noticed we always end up with user conflicts over time, whether it's surfers and swimmers or swimmers and fishermen, et cetera, et cetera. This is another user conflict that I'm seeing that the issue's going to ultimately come before the board to help resolve a user conflict. And the user conflict I'm seeing is that beachgoers and sunbathers are coming more frequently and earlier in the season and are staying out in bigger numbers and later in the season. And what's happened is that crosses over into the beach driving season. So we have a lot of people laying on the beach in the spring and a lot of people laying on the beach in the fall when we're either beginning beach driving or ending beach driving. And I believe there's some significant conflicts out there, and I don't know maybe what to suggest other than researching it or asking the police chief who's responsible, looking at the beach, and also Ocean Rescue would know. But, you know, am I the only one seeing that conflict? And if so, then I don't have anything else to say. But if that conflict does exist, then I think, you know, the board should be looking at possibility of shortening the beach driving season. I would hate to eliminate beach driving, but possibly shortening that season.
Or just a suggestion to what you're saying, with the help of those on the ground, maybe restricting areas due to less beach. The north end of the beach, which is very narrow and not very suitable right now for beach driving, maybe that gets marked off at a certain place.
And that's supposed to be done on a daily basis now anyway. I mean, that's part of the daily operating procedure today.
And I would hope that we would more, what you were saying is look at inspecting those areas and seeing if they are marked off for beach driving. We used to do it all the time in South Nags Head when the houses were still out there. But it seems to me that Bladen Street North, from what we've been told and what I've seen, is dangerous with the people that are out there sunbathing or walking, and then the people that are trying to drive up and down the beach. I guess that comes under the manager having the authority to close portions of the beach to beach driving, the way I understand.
Correct.
I would ask, we have a set of operations in place now. Does the board wish to hear additional information about conflicts, like a survey of the beach for the remaining period, to to observe users or potential conflicts, or do you need to hear anything?
If possible, to put the police chief on the spot, I'd like to hear what he would say right now, and then also be prepared to have something that's adopted before the fall season begins. It's too late to do anything for the spring, but maybe.
Except have more patrols.
Do it.
Except have more patrols. Right.
And I agree with that, but also, if we look at, if there's an area that is so bad right now, look at closing the area to beach driving. I mean,
That's the manager's responsibility. Correct. So,
Thank you. Chief, you would address both the current condition, the remainder of the season, and then whether you believe any consideration needs to be given to changes prior to next.
Thank you, Mayor Commissioners. I certainly support shortening the season. I know we had some issues last year in September, particularly warm weekend where there was some.
Happy driving in September.
Goes until October 1, right?
October 1 to April 30th, so it's not in.
I'm sorry, in October. I'm sorry, yes, ma'am. It was in October that this incident occurred. So, and you carry that forward to now, and we've already had a couple of incidents of, we normally get the incident second, third hand, but still they're occurring. Just today, in fact, actually yesterday, we had a report of a Jeep that was driving erratically, and officers went and checked, weren't able to get up with it yesterday. They saw the Jeep today. It was weaving in and out of people is what it was doing, more than reckless driving, at least from our officers' observations. Which led to actually the closing of the beach today, north of Blake, up to 8th. So, I think these are things that, definitely us having the support of the commission to make these decisions and in conjunction with the town manager, and we'll certainly do this.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Thank you, Chief. Mr. Ford. Commissioner Stevens.
Two things. One is on the agenda, that's closed session, the property in question.
Yes.
To be discussed is 103 West Sea Chase. And the other is, as bad as I learned how to despise Gantt charts during the creation of Dowdy Park, I thought they were just, I'm not sure if Gantt chart and a flow sheet are the same thing, but we're approving an awful lot of consultant studies and contracts, and I don't know that we keep up with them as a board. I wouldn't mind seeing a flow chart, a Gantt chart. No, I'm not even going to call it a Gantt chart. A spreadsheet.
Yeah.
All the studies we have, the consultants we've hired, how much they are, the length of the contract, and where we are in the process. Yes. So that we can keep up. I mean, I think we've probably got 10 or 15 different studies and consultants out there, at least. I don't think we can keep up with them. And every time I turn around, we're approving another one. So in order for the board to keep current on what we're doing, it'd be wise to have a spreadsheet.
Thank you.
Not a Gantt chart, a
Thank you.
spreadsheet.
Great, I got that. Thank you.
So that was it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is the mayor's agenda, which I also have a request for a closed session. The only other thing I would like to let the board know is that I was asked to submit my name as a board member to about that, I believe, next week. I would be the representative from the North Carolina Towns Convention City. We have 3 closed sessions proposed, and so I'll structure it and ask for a motion. So we would like to request a closed session to discuss Richardson and other pending condemnation actions, permitted by GS 143-318.11A3 in order to preserve attorney-client privilege. We would request a closed session to consider acquisition of real property in accordance with General Statute 143-318.11A5. And we would request a closed session to discuss confidential personnel issue in accordance with General Statute 143-318.11A6. A motion to that effect would be in order.
And just to be clear, the motion, the closed session for the property acquisition is for the property located at 103 West Signage.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. The board will be in closed session. And the board has returned to open session. The attorney who has been dismissed has reported out that issues were discussed, but no action was taken in closed session. The board is now in open session, and the only issue on our agenda are other business, if there's any to come before the board. Hear none, and then a motion to adjust to Friday, April.
So moved.
So a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.